Okay.
Oh, Uni's in there right now.
Unicheck is too?
Yeah, he just joined.
That's cool. Okay. Okay. Now let me do the appropriate links to the appropriate folks. Ooh, my voice sounds like it's only coming out of the left side. That's not good. Let me see if I can fix that. Properties. Yeah, we want to use that, but how do I switch the audio to mono? Properties. No, not properties. Filters? Advanced audio properties? Maybe that'll do it. Mono. Mic. Mic is now set to mono. I think at least. Okay. Hi, LNG. Hey guys, you're all joining. Okay. Give me a second. Let me post the appropriate links. I'm gonna play Halo Infinite. Discuss the life the game had, how far it's come, and what the future may hold. Come hang on this Sunday afternoon. There we go. That works. It's yeah. Okay, let me tweet that out, and then let me add the appropriate links for everybody. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I've almost got all of the links shared. I feel like I used to have this pretty down. I forgot exactly how I did it, but it was like an auto tweet thing that had a bunch of links, but somehow that got broken. Hello, Skeleton Army. Oh, camera's on? Camera's been on the whole time? Huh? Hello, Late Night. Yes, camera has been on the whole time. Okay. But now we do some midday gaming, as they say. All right. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playtesting a couple of maps that Brett is going to be judging. And this is very super cool. The display is not behaving at the moment. So let me go into settings, display, let's try 1440p and see what happens. Okay, it's still not working. It says out of range. Maybe let me try turning off auto 4K. Or not auto 4K, just, you know. Yeah, hang on, baby. I can't see. Yeah, no. Resolution, video modes. Let's try HDMI and see if that fixes things. Okay, now it's super blurry. That's a reference of May 1st, 2016, the incident. Why would you use light mode, LOL? The reason I use light mode is sort of like a flashbang to help me wake up. Hey, there we go. I can see now. Oh, and that looks atrocious. So here, let's set it up to an acceptable. Video modes. Okay. Don't worry, guys. We almost got this. keep? Okay. Alright, now everything should be golden. Hopefully you guys can see the audio looks, audio levels look good. Video levels look fine. Not video levels. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Let's join though. We're going to be playtesting some Halo Infinite maps.
Can you join now?
Yeah, baby, I'm booting it up, okay? I was just having some video issues. Like I couldn't. No, I can join him. Brett and I are friends. I think Halo Infinite had an impressive life compared to a lot of live service games, considering how many die after a year. Yeah, Andrew, we actually, the latest episode of Warthog Radio is going to be going up. Rebecca is editing it. And Blaber Larden and I, we actually discussed that. We discussed that exact point, actually. Okay. Alrighty. So we're going to be playtesting some of these maps. Some of these might actually make it into matchmaking. Also, my YouTube is acting up, so I can't mod YouTube chat at the moment. Okay, that's okay. It's a reference to the May 1st, 2016, the incident. Camera's on. Camera's been on the whole time, huh? What is that a reference to? What's this horrendous light mode? It's, look, it's, I think I've discussed in the past sleep apnea and stuff. I don't have the best sleep. It's usually kind of like a roll of the dice if I'm going to wake up feeling like I've slept all night. Or if I'm going to wake up feeling as if I have just not slept in weeks. So the light mode, being able to turn it on and just bing, like it's like, wake up, you know, we are not comfy, it is time to start the day. Like that's what the light mode helps with a little bit. I know it's an eyesore, but the eyesore is the point. I haven't found a better solution at the moment. If they're going to keep working with the Blam engine, why couldn't they just support the MCC? Not saying I'm against the remakes, but I take MCC support and a port to PS5 over remakes any day. I think it's due mostly to like a return on investment. That's probably what they're seeing. With MCC support, there are no microtransactions. There's not really even. It depends on, you know, like what their metrics are. Like as far as PC goes and as far as Xbox goes, I'd wager they've pretty much hit their peak in terms of sales. Like you're not going to see suddenly a surge of thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands potentially new sales. And I'd imagine that what they want is they want a gigantic surge of sales. And so a remake would probably get that over just porting the MCC specifically to the PS5. Like, that wouldn't move the needle for Xbox and PC users. It would only bring in some PC players. Whereas, you know, a full-on remake. That's why you need Matt to sleep. Yeah, I know. What's up, everybody? Late Night Gaming. You need Matt to sleep. Really bad for your eyes in the long term, though. Yeah, but I mean, what isn't? It's not like I'm playing, you know, I'm staring at the Xbox UI, like, just all day. You know, most of the time I actually spend on an Xbox. It's not in the UI, it's in game. Oh, game is loud. Here, how does the game audio sound now? Hopefully a little bit better. In fact, it's a little bit loud in my... Hope you, Rebecca, and the doggo are doing great. Also, what you think of the fan art I've been doing? Isaiah, I love Pumpkin in the Spartan armor. I loved that. That was so awesome. I love that. I cherish that a lot. That was cool. That was awesome. I really appreciated it. I liked that even his little ears had armor. I can barely hear the game now. Uh-oh. How about now? Is it balanced? What if I turn up my voice like this? And then we can have the game volume around here. Is that good? What you need is a pumpkin calendar. Halo Combat Evolved is the best game when it comes to casual and competitive players. I don't know if I, as a Halo 1 enjoyer, I'm not... Maybe? It's just that I don't think like Tommy 2-year-old, you know, or like current day kids would be super into the old Halos. And that's not to say all of them, but I do think most of people would be like, meh, game's too old. I'm going back to Apex Legends, you know? Or people would complain that it's unbalanced, or they'd make fun of, you know, the lack of polish, like, you know, not having a throwing a grenade while running animation, like all of that kind of stuff. You know what? I think I am going to go with that classic Halo 3 style assault rifle thing with the glowing green light. I'm in high school and I love Halo Combat Evolved. See, Switchboy, that says more about you, though. That you are cool and you appreciate art no matter where it comes from or when it comes from. Most people, though, are not as nuanced as you, unfortunately. Someone on Cobra needs to go to Observer. Yeah, I'm uncool and I love Halo 5. That doesn't make you uncool. Everyone can love whatever game they want. That's what's so awesome about Halo, is there's like 1,000 Halo games. Have you seen the Metroid Prime 4 previews with the annoying Marine? I have not seen any of the previews for Metroid Prime 4. How's it looking? Halo Infinite explained by a Halo expert when. Man, the explained by a Halo expert, those were like the most shameless rip-offs of like Video Game Donkey explaining the plot of Halo. I feel like if I were to do that, I would want to do it in my way. And I think I could. There are plenty of ways that I could do it. God, the plot of Halo Infinite explained by a Halo expert. When I judge the coatings for this thing, what I'm looking at is the light. If you look at the dot sight thing, you can see how there's like that little like strip or something. It's colored green right now. It's like a light. I try to find ones, see, kind of like that, but I don't really like the body of this. That one's okay. I guess I could try this one for a little bit. Trignit just says, just pooped my pants. Which, you know, I'm happy for him, I guess. Not gonna lie, the movement in Black Ops 7 is underwhelming. I was hoping for Advanced Warfare or Halo 5 type movement. I don't think they'd ever do Advanced Warfare type movement. Advanced Warfare was like a game that was almost too much. Like, they probably expected a majority of players to play Advanced Warfare like a standard COD game. Just every now and then someone would boost jump. I don't think they expected people to full-on play it as an aerial shooter the way the final product kind of came out. And it seemed to influence a lot of Black Ops 3's movement stuff. Specifically, they talked about wanting to eliminate third stories. They were talking about, like, the most people can see is in front of them and whoever is up on the second story. And an issue with Advanced Warfare is that people could get all the way up to third stories, and it was too vertical, the combat. They wanted to make it a little bit more horizontally even. So I doubt that they would ever go back to Advanced Warfare type movement. It didn't work well for controller players. Everybody likes to say that Advanced Warfare was the first COD game with crazy strict skill-based matchmaking, and it's not true. The reason that game was sweaty was because of the gameplay. If you give players the tools to move like a cracked out ping pong ball, then you've got a lobby of 12 players all bouncing and ping ponging around a match. It's gonna feel sweaty, you know? And it's not because of matchmaking. Yeah, as for the Black Ops 7 movement, I'm not quite sure what they were going for with it. It just, like, the wall bounce, I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to figure out how they could get enhanced mobility, like jetpack type stuff into the game. But they wanted to have control over the verticality of it. So they made it so that you have to bounce off of a wall, and developers have control over where they place walls and stuff, you know? So it's not like you can just jetpack anywhere you'd want. You have to at least have a wall or a billboard at your disposal to do it. It just seems, like, underwhelming, you know? Are you ever going to bring back the Q&As? I could bring back the Q&As. I've thought about it, honestly, as an ongoing series. The issue that the Q&As used to have was I would start getting the same question over and over and over and over again. As well as the Q&As were so easy to do that sometimes it would be like weeks and weeks of just Q&As. But I don't know if that's what people want. Maybe discussions could honestly be some fun. Let me talk to Rebecca about it. The Halo Q&A, bringing that back could honestly be some fun. People are hating on Metroid Prime 4 because of one mission being very Halo 4. Thing is, some Halo 4 devs worked on the game. Yeah, I think some of the environmental artists who worked on Halo 4 are working on Metroid Prime. Yo, LNG, how we doing today? We're doing pretty good. LNG, I have a question. On Halo 3's level, Cortana, is there any lore explanation on the Pelican being at high charity? Or for the ODST deep in the level with the flamethrower? Yes, for the Pelican. The reason why is because in... if you play the level solo, Arbiter shows up with a flamethrower. So I assume what it's supposed to be like is that is Arbiter's Pelican. I could be wrong. That Pelican could maybe be there from the beginning. I don't know. That level is kind of rough, you know? How much money have you spent in this game, or is it classified? I think I've spent maybe $50 total over the course of the game's lifespan. Most of that money comes from battle passes, and I think the only shop-related stuff might be $25, $20, something like that. Someone could probably calculate the actual amount that I surely must have spent. Some of it, though, also comes from, like, free gift card things from, you know, doing the Game Pass challenges. The only bundle I would say that I was too weak to resist was the one that came with the ODST pistol. And one that I am feeling weak about, that is getting harder and harder to resist, is this one. I mean, granted, with the end of Halo Infinite's lifespan, it's probably gonna end up being very easy to resist this one. The only thing that's preventing me from doing it, honestly, is that, like, I'm not, you know, married to the rogue helmet. I do like the chest, though. And the shoulder stuff. I was thinking of getting this, but I'm not. I don't know what this helmet is. I don't really, you know. Don't really know what it is. Don't really care too much for it. I also quite like this. I like this bandit model quite a lot. They said that they were trying to go for the Halo 3/Halo 2 aesthetic, like that low poly aesthetic, and that one I'm also starting to feel. Consumers, all of you. Yeah. I won't fight you. Unfortunately, nostalgia is very easy to. It's an easy trick to pull on me. The pelican on Cortana is always there. It's probably a reference to the pelicans the Flood used in Halo 2. You know what? That's probably a better guess at what that pelican's supposed to be. Are you gonna grind out your career rank? Oh yeah. Once double XP is on, dude, I'm gonna live in the Living Dead playlist and Firefight playlists with Rebecca until I get to max rank. Do you think the remake will be any better than SPV3? I think the remake will stand on its own 2 feet in the same way that SPV3 does. As time has gone on, I've started to. I'm more in the mood to celebrate new Halo stuff than I am to tear it down, because, you know, Halo droughts are rough, and so any new take on Halo is fun. It's not like it invalidates the original Halo game. I mean, they exist because of Halo. Let me see what my settings are. There we go. Get a little bit of pretty visuals going. Tell me if that's too dark. I just realized, because I'm streaming, that probably looks terrible. Rest in peace, Halo Infinite. You will be kinda missed. Come on. Give Halo Infinite some more credit than that. Halo Infinite, I think what a lot of people are feeling about Halo Infinite, like the anger, the betrayal, and stuff, those are feelings that I had to kind of overcome with Halo 5. Because Halo 5, when it came out, I was so upset with that game not meeting my expectations that it turned into this insane, like, irrational hatred. That I've kind of learned to be like, man, who cares, you know? Like, it's okay. Yeah, you're right, I just want off this ride. What I think is very nice about Halo Infinite ending is that now it's like the pain can be over. That kind of feeling of, like, frustration of why don't they do this, why don't they do that. It's like, this is what Halo Infinite is now. No more updating, no more patches, no more potentials of UI reworks or new guns that'll just disappear. Like, Halo Infinite is what it is now.
Flag return.
LNG question, should the next Halo game launch feature incomplete again, like Halo MCC, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite? My answer's no. My answer's no. But Laper Larden, which we discuss on Warthog Radio, which is going to be going up today. Laper Larden is of the opinion, and it's an opinion that I'm beginning to agree with, that Halo Infinite might be the last time that we see this style of Halo game. And by that, I mean, like, here's the campaign, and then your Forge mode, and then the custom features, and then, you know, like, your matchmaking playlist, and, like, the Halo formula. Going forward, what might start to happen is that they're going to start, they're probably going to start doing all of these little projects separately. Like, we're probably going to see campaign stuff treated very differently from multiplayer stuff. Like, for all we know, the next Halo campaign could be its own standalone story-focused game.
S7 sniper here.
I mean, I'll try. I don't like picking up snipers in Halo Infinite. At least on controller, because I'm just, frankly, not very good. I feel like I'm better with other weapons. Like, those kills right there, those were not... That was not indicative of my usual skill level with a sniper, okay? Those were complete flukes. Kyle Parkhurst. Dude, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate that, man. I play Infinite and I like it, but I feel like others are coping about how good of a Halo it is. It failed spectacularly, and it wasn't supported because it's their only income. Prices increased, and they undid the Battle Pass. Yeah, the problem with Halo Infinite is that it did not reach its potential. Like, we know what this game could have been, and it unfortunately failed to become that. And so there's a lot of, like, anger towards it. And we kind of experienced it in real time, the developers struggling with the game, struggling to figure out how to support it, what it should be. Like, we were there as the prices changed in the shop week over week. We were there when the challenge system launched, and it was atrocious, and they had to walk back all of the bad decisions as we screamed at them for months and months that they were bad decisions, you know? Like, we saw a lot of them saying, trust us, we want to just see if this works, us telling them, no, trust us, it will not work. And then a couple months later, they're like, yeah, you know what, you guys are right, it didn't work, and then they revert it. So there's a lot of anger and frustration at the game. But I saw somebody earlier in the chat saying that they had just gotten started on Halo Infinite, and they love it. And it's like, the game now is very different from the game that we suffered through, and this is kind of the game's best face, you know? Oh, Rebecca just donated some bits. I love you, baby. Damn it. Okay. Hot take. Having multiplayer and campaign being separate games sounds cool. Not having either mode being held back by each other. I'm not sure that I'd say that campaign and multiplayer ever held each other back. If anything, I feel like this synergy kind of helped each mode. It was kind of like it was establishing the ground rules of here's the sandbox, here's the player physics, and here's the way that the game feels. And then you can go off, make a campaign component, different multiplayer modes and stuff, and the gameplay is uniform across all of it. I think the problem with modern Halo campaigns is that production value has increased a lot. The ambitions of the campaigns have also increased a lot, even though it doesn't seem like it. If you told Bungie back in the day that, like, hey, somebody's going to try to make a Halo multiplayer that feels kind of like your multiplayer, but the campaign is going to have, like, these RPG systems where you unlock different abilities and you put points into them and, like, open world, like, Bungie's head would probably explode because of how much work that would take. You know, and then as they kind of like try to figure out the gameplay, making constant tweaks and adjustments to it to try to get new abilities in or sprint or something, eventually the campaign and the multiplayer diverge in terms of their own mechanics. Where maybe it would have been better to just kind of get all the modes playing by the same rules, so to speak. But then how does, you know... It doesn't leave a lot of room for taking Halo campaigns in really weird, wild, unexpected directions. Like, Halo might unintentionally become formulaic to some people, because they know it'll, you know, just be a Halo campaign. Like, probably the most experimental Halo title in the series under Bungie was ODST, and that's because they didn't have to worry about a multiplayer sandbox. You know, they could have, like, their weird audio logs, their weird open world environment and mini-map, and... Or not mini-map, but, you know. Halo Infinite's campaign was fun, I just don't really remember the story. I'd say the actual, like... The stakes of Halo Infinite's story are not explained well, and they're not paced very well. But the character stuff was good. You see little Lukey-Loo. Bastard soul sniper. Ay-yi-yi-yi-yi. Ah! Okay. Damn it. Okay. I was hoping I could hide long enough for my shields to come back. Even right now, it's a good game, but there's still a laundry list of minor details that could make it a great Halo game. The details that make the difference. Oh, for sure. No, Halo Infinite, I would say right now, is easily the most unpolished Halo game in the series. Like, the most buggy and unstable feeling one in the series. Before that, I would have said Halo 5. You know, Halo 5, the UI is not great. And there's all sorts of weird stuff like aiming issues, kind of like visual instability. But Halo Infinite just easily takes the cake as the most unpolished Halo game in the franchise. You know, with Halo 2 coming in third. Damn it. Okay.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag.
Honestly, we owe Infinite a lot of gratitude and thankfulness for helping my channel grow over the years. Even if things weren't great, I managed to find a way to make the best out of it. You know, last year I started doing update videos for monthly operations and then ambient maps when I got bored, including other miscellaneous stuff. So it's been a hell of a 4-year ride, but I gotta thank Halo Studios and Infinite. Yeah, like, I don't know, for better or worse. Halo Infinite is what it is, and we all came together as a community to live through it. No, and Halo Infinite, I do think I have a lot to be thankful to this game for. It's the game that introduced my wife to Halo. It's the game that kind of, like, taught her the mechanics of the Halo series. It's also a game that we enjoy playing a lot.
5 minutes remaining.
It's very hard to honestly hate Halo Infinite now. Hell yeah. Oh boy. This ain't good. Keeping an eye out. Oh boy. Oh, no. Bail, bail, bail. Skill-based matchmaking in Infinite is still hell. Yes, skill-based matchmaking in Halo Infinite is bad. I do not like it, and I wish that they would shut it off. Not shut it off, but loosen it up considerably. Especially as the game kind of enters the end of its life.
Flag return.
Not that way. I thought he was going to be either to the left or right, but he wasn't. So, I guess let's keep going. Shutting off skill-based matchmaking would kill Halo Infinite. Yeah, shutting it off completely would kill the game, I think. Like, you've got to have some level of it. But I think as of right now, it's definitely... It's over-tuned and I think too reactive. It's overtuned and too reactive in a way that can make playing the game genuinely difficult sometimes. And I think aspects of it were not very well thought out. Ah! Well, at least I got hidden Xperia. Streets are saying Half-Life 3 on Tuesday. I'll believe it when I see it. I know that Valve's working on Half-Life 3 or some form of Half-Life 3 or some continuation of the Half-Life story, but everyone keeps saying like it's going to be announced soon. It's going to be announced soon. And then, you know, Tyler McVicker is able to have plausible deniability because he's like, I have sources that suggest that we could be seeing an announcement in the coming week, but we could also not because I can't verify them. So, and it's like, okay, nobody knows what's going on. We just know it's coming. We just don't know when. Skill-based matchmaking is also a balancing act, and it's also highly dependent on how big your population is for the game and the variety of skill levels. Yeah. Yeah. It's also, there was like this video that I saw by an actual game designer who was saying, like, as games get more mechanically complex with, he brought up things like the finals, where he was like, you've got your slides, you got your bunny hops, you've got your crazy movement tech, and as games get crazier and crazier and more unpredictable, things like skill-based matchmaking almost become a necessity to kind of quarantine the crazy cracked out players away from the more casual player base. It's a way to ensure that people can have a good time, but the long-term issues of it, you know, aren't really something that folks have figured out yet, unless they're willing to kind of simplify gameplay loops and kind of return games to a more mechanically simplistic time. I've really enjoyed Infinite. The last 5 years were tough for me, and Infinite was one of those things that helped me through have some fun in the darkness, so to speak. See, that's good. That's good, and you shouldn't apologize for liking Halo Infinite, if that was your experience with the game. Oh boy. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Damn it! I was about to get a triple. Or, not triple, but, overkill. Quadruple? What do they call it? Why was skill-based matchmaking better in Halo 2 versus, Modern Warfare 2, Halo 2, Halo 3, Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3, Black Ops 1 and 2. Well, each of those games had different skill-based matchmaking levels. I think the reason that it felt better was because all of those games were more mechanically simplistic. Like, if you if you were to run, so think about like modern games. If you're going to run into a room and start shooting at somebody, you had 2 ways to do it, basically. Well, kind of 3. You could throw a grenade in there, then rush. You could hop in there, or you could pre-fire and kind of walk in there. Now, thanks to, like, enhanced mobility stuff, thrust, slide, double jump, wall jump, like, you have so many unpredictable ways to begin an encounter that it makes actually engaging with other players very stressful, because there's, like, 8 to 12 different ways that they could start fighting you. There is actually some beauty in simplicity and making player movement more predictable. If you know that a player probably has the same 3 ways that they're going to engage you, you can always prepare for an encounter with another player and respond quicker to one of the tactics they might deploy against you. Versus, you know, modern games where it's extremely, extremely reactionary. Just because literally anything could happen. Because the gameplay is so coked out. Surprising Infinite didn't suffer the collabs crisis like COD, having other medias and stuff. Oh, Halo tried, I think. Honestly, the problem was that Halo Infinite technically could not support that. There was apparently a desire to have a Doom collab for Halo Infinite, and part of the reason that they couldn't just get the Doom guy in here is due to the way, like, he's set up in, you know, over with id Software and, like, the id Tech engine. They would pretty much have to rebuild Doom guy to be able to work within Halo Infinite's animation skeleton, and same with the way that, like, armors and stuff are handled for multiplayer characters. Like, they can't just port over any of his models from the other Doom games. It would require quite a lot of work. Where other games don't, you know, have those same problems and limitations. They wanted to, but the work that would have been required was just, it was just so much. And honestly, the only collab they were able to do, I think, wasn't it like Rainbow Six Siege? And it was something embarrassing, like it was like a keychain of a sledgehammer. That was like the best they could do. SBMM used to be simple, now it's AI powered. Remember Mint showed that his matches were being predicted to a T in Infinite? I miss Christmas, noobs. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I doubt that it's AI powered, in the case of Halo at least. The system that they use for Halo Infinite, it's called like True Skill, was it True Skill 2? True Skill 3? Something like that. It was invented back during Halo 5 by, God, what was his name? Josh Mankey? I think. It was this guy, basically, who... They brought in this guy that works in matchmaking algorithms and tuning them and data research and player retention and stuff, and he developed for Halo 5 what he thought was the best matchmaking algorithm for the Halo series in terms of player retention and giving everyone a fair match. And, you know, according to his data, it was perfect. And I'm sure that some areas his approach to matchmaking probably helped, but I don't like how reactionary it is. It's just like this issue of skill is not linear. Like, you don't linearly get better. And even your skill from a match-to-match basis, you're not going to be consistently as good from match to match to match, you know? There's going to be some mornings that you wake up and maybe you didn't sleep well, so you're going to be slower. Your reaction time is going to be slower. Maybe you're goofing off with a different control setting. Maybe you're on the phone with someone and you're not paying attention. a lot of the way that they design their skill-based matchmaking algorithm, it feels very like you're going to be playing similarly to a lot of these pro players, where, you know, they start the day checking out their controller settings, tuning everything, tweaking everything, and it's just not the case. Symboit. Oh my god, $50. Thank you, man. Wait. This is Mr. Nowhere. Dude, Mr. Nowhere, thank you. Hello, Mr. LNG and chat, I guess. Take some money. Does donating help the algorithm? I'm gonna put the stream onto trending. Or not. Who knows? Dude, Mr. Nowhere, it's good to see you, man. I think it helps. I mean, I know just chatting helps a lot, but hey, you know, I'll take the donation. Dude, thank you so much for the $50. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, Mr. Goatware is here. Let's get the fish game in the house. Yes, we got to get the fish game. Where's my cut? How are you doing, Mr. Nowhere? Things doing well? Job feels stable. Been enjoying games. Been relaxing. Been vibing a little bit. Oh boy. I think I got myself hated among the Halo community because I was always whining a lot in the matches and trying to trash talk. LNG, what can I do to improve my reputation? Just... You'd be surprised at how little it actually matters, I guess. You know? Trash talking and stuff, maybe don't do that so much anymore and just have more, like, friendly conversations. And as time goes on, the Halo community finds new villains. There's new controversies. And you'd be surprised at how short the Halo community's memory can be when it comes to stuff like that. I always felt like Infinite tried to give me a first 2 games and they gave me bad games so I can get that final win before closing the game. Well, the way that it seemed to work in Halo Infinite, if I remember right, is it would do, was it 10 or 5 games as a way to evaluate you? And then, yeah, what it would essentially do is it would try to keep you in a ranked-like experience in a similar skill bracket. And the reason usually that you'd get that final win match was more because you'd probably eventually get to a competitive match where you couldn't keep up or you'd be just too tired to keep up. And so your skill would get D-ranked and you'd find yourself against easier players. Ay. Whoops. That was my mistake.
10 seconds.
Which I don't necessarily like that approach, you know. And that's not to say that, like, skill-based matchmaking shouldn't be a thing either, because Halo 2 had skill-based matchmaking. I just think matchmaking is more interesting when it's designed around team balancing, I think, than individual skill against individual skill, you know? Like, I think that there are a lot of things that could be considered involving, like, who's on what team. Like, suppose you don't get a lot of kills. Like, you're usually middle of the scoreboard. But you're pretty damn good at getting the objectives. And then say there's somebody who gets a lot of kills, but he never plays the objective. And stuff like basically creating teams to fight each other designed around some of those dynamics. As opposed to just everyone is around the same skill level in most areas. Like, you create kind of like a wider variety of players during a match. Oh boy. You gotta hide. As well as also considering performance on specific matches. Specific maps and modes and stuff. Like, just doing this flat, like, capture the flag, time to kill, time to death, like, here's their skill level. Like, no, like, how do they play on the pit versus something else like Guardian?
Return.
But again, there are people that actually go to, like, college and, you know, take classes and know how to read data in a way that I don't. And I would defer to them over me, because I'm just me, you know? Oh yeah, some games do the balancing well, like Team Fortress 2 and Battlefield. Well, Team Fortress, Battlefield at least, I'm not sure about the new Battlefield games, because they have now kind of like switched over to using matchmaking, where prior Battlefield games at least, you know, you could just open up a server browser and find a server that seems fun. Hot take, Halo Infinite has the worst vehicle sandbox if you exclude the Falcon. The sandbox felt like it was designed as weapons first, vehicles second. There's definitely, I do get some of that. Man, I don't understand quite what they were going for with some of the vehicle balancing stuff. Like, and it's frustrating as well because some of it is in hindsight for me. Like, I remember when we were at 343 Industries, back when we were part of, like, you know, the Forerunner group, giving early feedback on Halo Infinite before it, like, really kickstarted its production. And the vehicle damage system was pitched to us, and it seemed so cool. But now I see that, like, combat goes by so fast that things like a Warthog losing a wheel really don't matter. And it really, really doesn't matter with, like, the lack of vehicle repair and stuff. I mean, obviously they added a restoration field later, but you can tell the game wasn't, like, designed around it. Like, the whole vehicle damage system, it doesn't add much to the game. You know, and it makes some vehicles that are already fairly slippery feeling feel even worse. Not gonna lie, I like the Vestige Carbine's design. Yeah, the Vestige Carbine's cool. I like the design of it as well. Materials could be a little bit better. There is an incredibly awkward seam on the top where the textures aren't aligned, but, you know, that's just nitpicking at this point. Hello, everyone. The Warthog just doesn't feel right to me. Like, it's too light, it accelerates too fast, and it's not satisfying. Yeah. I remember that they were working off a lot of data that they got from the MCC's PC launch, and they wanted to design a Warthog that felt really easy to use on keyboard and mouse. And I don't know. I don't know what data they were looking at. But I guess maybe it's... I know that they had help from an Xbox data analyst who would kind of sit in there at the studio and help with the game development. And I feel almost like in that situation, it's like a when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail kind of situation. Where it really was fine, I think. Like, it was almost searching for a problem that didn't exist, trying to read the data to invent an issue to fix. Like, the Warthog used to genuinely feel fine. There's no way you're gonna make a Warthog that never flips, you know? That's just, like, a part of the vehicle handling of the Halo series. Wow. And I think what they ended up doing was even worse. And also some of it, I think, is that as level geometry gets more complex, you know, there's more dips, grooves, bumps, things to get caught on, stuck on. It's going to like that flippy, bouncy Warthog physics. They're going to be sent flying you know, a lot more. The Warthogs, that is. Like, the Halo Infinite campaign, like, the terrain is a lot more complex than kind of like the flat surfaces of Halo 1. And it was very hard to keep the Halo Infinite Warthog stable. Come on, damn it. Gotta try to kill Uni. I love this map, by the way. Like, this is the color tone and vibes that the Halo Combat Evolved remake needs to go for. Not the graphical fidelity, you know, this is a Forge map after all, but... I mean, look at that. Look how clear the sky is. Oof. Let's go this way. Yo, what's going on? What we talking about? We're talking about Halo Infinite. We're talking about the end of it. We're reminiscing. Things Halo Infinite did well. Things we maybe didn't like so much. And where the Halo series is going to go from here. The Halo C remake is already very yellow. Well, the Halo Combat Evolved remake, the reason it looked so yellow is just because of the environment. Like, hey, if you're on a beach with lots of sand everywhere... the light is going to scatter that color around the environment, and what you're going to end up with is a very sand-colored color palette. You know, if your level's on a beach. So it's more like an unfortunate byproduct of how real life works. Not to say though that you can't take artistic liberties with color grading. Maybe making it so the light doesn't really behave in a way that's realistic. As well as sun positioning has a lot to do with it. Hell yeah, we killed Luke. Okay. Grab it. Damn it. Infinite had a story? Since when? Since a month after launch, when they added the story. Because Halo Infinite launched in November, and then the story was released in December the following month. A year later, they added co-op support, so you can currently play the story with friends. Random question, but what chair do you use? Currently in the market for a new one. Any recommendations? I think this is just a Herman Miller. We can get the exact one. Ah, damn it. That was Unishek who sniped me. How'd he snipe me? I was... That's okay. Uni's good. I always thought of Infinite's campaign as Halo's version of The Last of Us / God of War 2018 dynamic. Oh, like the sad dad genre? Yeah, Halo Infinite is a bit of a sad dad game. You know, Master Chief is the sad dad, and Joyous is the child character that has to bond with the sad dad. Oh, wait. I didn't even... I just ran right past that guy. Damn it. I wish we could have gotten the DLCs for Halo Infinite's campaign. Well, they never made DLCs for it. Like, that was the plan, but they just... Like, I think I've talked about it. Under Chris Lee, the idea was going to be that Halo Infinite was going to have DLCs at least once a year. And they would basically all be the Halo Infinite open world campaign formula, maybe a little bit smaller in scale. But it would be like every year would be like a new biome, new story on somewhere on the Halo ring with that same kind of open world formula, the HVTs and stuff. And that didn't end up happening. It was around the time, I think, when Joe Staten joined. And he basically was like, yeah, no, we're not doing that DLC thing.
Flag returned.
Though it's hard to say because everybody has heard differently. Herman Millers are not cheap. No, they are not. Got this one a couple years ago. Let's not forget this one-take cutscene nature, which was kind of hit or miss, not gonna lie. Yeah, the one-take cutscenes were concepted back in 2017. And I actually got, like, Dan Kosick, who is the director of the cutscenes, as well as one of the narrative guys at 343 Industries. I was able to chat with him and ask him about that. And the one long-take cutscenes were basically in response to, you know, people's criticisms that Halo 5's story was not good. That it wasn't very character-driven, that it didn't really feel deep at all. And so what he wanted was for the next Halo story to be incredibly character-driven and feel very immersive and personal. So he was like, what if the camera never really leaves Master Chief? And they were thinking about how whenever you hop into a vehicle and stuff, the camera, you know, exits the first-person perspective. As well as looking at the cutscene where Master Chief gets the AI chip for Cortana and the camera, like, into his helmet, and then you return to first person. They were like, what if, like, the whole campaign had that framing? Where it was like, when it's time for story, the camera kind of leaves your view and you get to see what Chief is doing. And then when it's time for gameplay, the camera returns right back to the first-person view, and it's all happening in real time. As a way to make it feel like this journey for Master Chief is a one foot after the other campaign. Like, there's not going to be crazy time jumps. There's not going to be illogical, you know, things, quick, fast camera cuts and stuff. Like, it's gonna feel like if you were to play the campaign in one sitting, it all happened in real time from the moment Chief woke up. And obviously they broke that rule a few times with, you know, switching over and seeing what Asheram was doing, but that was at least the idea behind the one long camera take. You'd be shocked to find out that it was the plan long before God of War came out. Is this the playlist all the cool cats are playing? I see Uni and Hidden Experience yourself. This is actually a custom game where what we're doing is we're playtesting multiplayer maps that will be added to matchmaking. So this is just a custom game. Halo Infinite cinematography was very good, in my opinion. Probably the only true high point from the campaign. Yeah, it was good. What it was trying to do was good. I think it was limited in a couple of areas. Some of it was definitely tech reasons, though. Like, I was able to ask Dan Kosick why the weapon, Joyous, is so solid. You know, even though she's supposed to be a hologram, why does she look so solid? Like, she's got that, like, that stupid thing that Halo 4 started, where Cortana's hair glows dark blue, you know, like super dark blue, almost black. Even though that's not how light works, you can't glow dark, you know. And he said part of the reason that they had to make Joyous and the holograms so physical looking like only a little bit transparent was actually due to engine issues. Because if the assets were too transparent, then the depth of field effect would get confused and would blur out the holograms themselves as part of the background. So they had to kind of keep cranking up the opacity until they were super damn solid, just to get the depth of field to not accidentally blur those out too. And Dan said if he could have had his way, Joyce would have been very angelic looking, very glowing, very ethereal, and very much feeling like she's not made of matter.
1 minute
But couldn't do that, unfortunately. Will LNG be getting a PS5? I certainly goddamn hope so. I think once Halo begins properly living on the PlayStation platform, you know, multiplayer projects and all of that stuff, dude, I'm probably going to be making my switch from Xbox to PS5, because I do not trust Xbox to deliver a consistent gaming experience. I don't trust Xbox really to do anything right. So, you know, might as well hop into the PlayStation ecosphere while I can. I also don't believe that the PlayStation 6 is going to be interesting. So, you know, probably by the time Halo is really in full force on PlayStation, multiplayer projects and all, PlayStation 6 will be out, PS4 or PS5 Pro will be a couple years old, and PS5 will be super old. And I'll just get myself a PS5, like a base one, because it'll be cheap by then. That's what I'm thinking. You getting the Gabe Cube? Oh, hell yeah, we're getting the Gabe Cube. That thing looked awesome, right? Infinite also had the worst weapon sandbox. Lack of dynamic projectiles, guns replaced with simpler versions, and a lack of physics interactions. I wouldn't say Halo Infinite had the worst sandbox. I don't think I can agree with that. Halo Infinite's sandbox might be one of my favorites. But there are definitely missed opportunities. It's at least my favorite of the post-Bungie era. Halo Infinite's out of Halo 4, 5, and Infinite. Infinite is easily my favorite. Oh. I realize what finger this is. Infinite's definitely my favorite. Way too many precision weapons. There's definitely one too many precision weapons. I think the Commando was not necessary as a weapon. And I think the pre-release version of the Commando would have been way better for the game. Just in my opinion. Besides the Arbiter, which Halo story was personal and character-focused from the Bungie days to begin with? Halo has always had a plot-focused campaign. For sure. None of Bungie's Halo games are very character-focused. They're always very much about, like, fun characters in a situation. Like, you wouldn't say anything in ODST was particularly deep, you know, even though it was more focused on its characters. It's just very, very well told. And all the characters played their part perfectly, you know? I wish the Gravity Hammer had more physics impact, but the Repulsor is so much more widely available that the physics impulse stuff actually matters way more often than any of the other games, in my opinion. I agree there. But I also feel sort of like the Repulsor... The reason that the Repulsor is as satisfying to use as it is because it essentially stole the Gravity Hammer's role. And I'm like, what if we took the Repulsor, everything that it did, you know, like how kind of It wasn't very lethal, but you could throw players around, and if they impacted a wall, that could kill them. What if we did that, and we attached it to a weapon of some kind? Like a melee weapon. Maybe a hammer. You know, a hammer that could manipulate gravity. That's kind of where I stand on the repulsor. I'm just like, this is what the gravity hammer used to be. And unfortunately, the gravity hammer currently is way too powerful. And kind of one-dimensional for it to make for a compelling gravity weapon. Like, the gravity hammer gets people killed before it can even do anything interesting to them, you know? It's essentially a close-range melee weapon. And it makes it very hard to have fun modes like Griffball and stuff with Infinite's gravity hammer, because it's just too powerful. And the fact that the Reach DMR makes everything so unbalanced. In this game, I don't think the Reach DMR makes things unbalanced. Oh, this map's kind of cool, getting Halo 2 Earth vibes. Most of the maps that we've played so far are actually, like, really cool. There is a map coming up that feels ripped out of, like, Destiny 2 that's really cool. Or Destiny 1, I should say. Damn it. I thought he was going to actually take the bait and juke. See, I'm not good with snipers. So... Okay. I do not trust. I do not trust myself with it. So let's give it to somebody else. No, I meant like Halo Reach with the DMR making things unbalanced. I don't think the DMR made things unbalanced. And are you talking about the title update on the MCC? Because that's not Halo Reach. That's the title update. And I think that the DMR is unbalanced in title update Reach. That's why I don't like title update Reach, because it's not Halo Reach as intended. It was just a bad post-launch patch. Current hammer is a slow area of effect sword, rather. Yeah, the gravity hammer is essentially just... It's a sword that swings slower, and it can kill more than one player. It's just a melee weapon that you pick up and get kills with. I think the DMR was just a bad idea in the first place. It outranges the rest of the sandbox way too much for a standard weapon, in my opinion. I don't know if I'd agree there. The sniper outranges the DMR in Halo Reach. In close quarters, I would say that weapons like the shotgun and sniper easily take out the DMR. You know, and especially if players are, like, spamming their shots, then they're not making sure to pace themselves. They're going to be missing a lot, even in close quarters. I think that it's been a while since you've played non-title update Reach. Non-title update Reach, the DMR is fine. I think all people do is they max out their FOV, they use keyboard and mouse or something, you know, run the game at 144 frames per second, and then hop into a title update mode, and they're like, ah, DMR's unbalanced in Reach, what was Bungie thinking? And I'm like... Is the DMR really what's unbalanced, or are you playing an unbalanced version of Halo Reach that is not indicative of how the game was supposed to be played? Can't believe Halo Infinite's 4 years old. Yeah, right? You know, and for people who say, like, oh my god, like, yeah, like, so much for that 10-year lifespan, like, yeah, on one hand, that was Chris Lee, the prior game director, who said that. But also, like, it's not like Halo Infinite died immediately. It managed to have 4 years of post-launch support. Like, Battlefield 2042 ended its post-launch support before Halo Infinite did. Halo Infinite made it to the end of its 4th year. That's pretty good. The BR should have been in reach. I don't know if I'd agree with that. See, I think the BR would have genuinely been sort of busted. I feel like the DMR, the goal with the DMR was that they essentially wanted to bring back the Combat Evolved pistol in Spirit. But they didn't do it completely in Spirit, because they gave it 5 rounds to kill. And then gave it, you know, a lot of bloom. If you're playing in pre-title update modes. Because if you're playing on the title update, then there's pretty much no bloom on the DMR, and it's hyper accurate. Which is another reason I don't like title update mode. I'm hoping the next multiplayer Halo game at least plays like Campaign Evolved with no slide or clamber. See, what worries me, though, is Campaign Evolved plays like Halo Reach, gameplay-wise. Or not Halo Reach, Halo 4, gameplay-wise. It has the same combat rules, just with infinite sprint. So it's like very fast sprint, no D-scope, and weapons are fairly accurate. Oy, oy, oy. What do you think about Splitgate 2? I'm having a blast playing it. I remember enjoying Splitgate 2, at least like the big team mode. But I did not like the progression system. I felt like if they were trying to basically recapture the feeling of old 360 era COD games, there had to be a prestige system of some kind, and there wasn't. So what they ended up settling for was a very slow progression system. I also didn't feel like the attachments were that interesting, and I didn't feel there was like it was missing that extra something in the combat loop. Like what makes Halo gameplay very addictive is that feeling of starting from zero and then essentially having to build up your kit. You know, you start with an assault rifle and pistol, you're not very good at range, you have to use a lot of melee attacks and grenades. But then you find a DMR or a battle rifle, boom, now you're good to go at a range. Then you find a rocket launcher, okay, now you can take on bigger crowds of people, maybe you find a vehicle, and you become more powerful, and then you die, and it resets you back to zero, and you gotta build up that kit all over again. And it's, like, constantly satisfying. And it's constantly giving you micro-objectives in the back of your head. What makes Call of Duty very addictive is the kill streaks, you know? The fact that it's, like, from spawn, immediately you have an objective. Get 3 kills without dying to get your UAV up in the air. Then you get the UAV up in the air, and then it's like, all right, let's see if we can go for 5 kills. Maybe get an airstrike. And then from there, okay, let's see if we can get a chopper gunner. And when you die, you get reset back to 0, and you're back to, all right, new objective. Get 3 kills without dying. Splitgate doesn't have that. Just you spawn, and there's nothing. I mean, get the objective. Sure, if you're playing an objective mode, but there isn't that extra third layer to the gameplay loop, you know? Or second layer, I guess you could say. And I think that really doomed Splitgate 2, because they were trying to imitate Halo and Call of Duty. Like, recapture, you know, the fun of those 360 era games. But they didn't think about that. And I did bring it up to them as a concern that I'm like, I feel like you guys are missing something here. I yearn for a Halo game where dual SMGs are done justice, too. I love the wielder sound they made. I thought Halo 2's dual SMGs was a lot of fun. Same with Halo 3's. Like, obviously we could nitpick them all we want, but, like, at the end of the day, Halo 2 is already done, you know? It is what it is. And they were fun. Splitgate 2 got rid of the big team battle mode. Oh, it did? The multi-team portal thing? Yeah, okay, so what's going on with Splitgate 2? I haven't checked in, seen what, you know, the dealio is with Splitgate 2 lately. I know that they've been doing a lot of changes. They got rid of factions, right? As well as, like, the superpowers that each of the factions have. Oh, God. I'm going to carry this back to our team and then give it to somebody who I trust. Okay. Here we go.
F7 sniper here.
There we go. He got it. Okay. No D-scope is crazy. Yeah, no D-scope is pretty wild. I think the reason that there's no D... So, okay. A bug? Okay. I think part of the reason that, yeah, I'll send the bug to, Naded. I think part of the reason that D-scope is not in the Halo campaign remaster as of right now is that D-scope has been this thing some people working on Halo have been trying to get rid of for a very long time. Oh boy. And thankfully there were a lot of people at 343 Industries that understood the value of D-scope and what it adds to the combat loop. Or its purpose within the combat loop, and the kind of gameplay it promotes from players, and a lot of those people left. One of them being Bonnie Ross, and now there really is nobody to push back on the just get rid of D-scope mentality, so I don't know. I like D-scope, even in the campaign. I think that there is value to it, sometimes value that people don't really consider, because, you know, they want the game to be easy, kind of frictionless, and they don't really see the value that D-scope brings to the combat loop. Like, D-scope isn't just competitive balance; it also encourages players to change up their strategies. Because you kind of saw with Halo 4 how Halo 4 became like this game where you're just constantly using precision weapons and constantly whittling down the health of enemies at a range. Because there really was no reason for you not to just pick up a precision weapon and scope in and just pick off enemies left and right. In the older Halo games, the purpose of D-scope, remember, D-scope was added in Halo Combat Evolved, a single-player game with a split-screen multiplayer component, but mostly single-player. Like, the reason Bungie added D-scope is because they wanted players to not fall into a single way of taking down enemies, which is sitting back at a range and just picking off enemies one by one. Like, eventually the enemies are going to start suppressing you. You know, you're going to scope in, there's going to be so much plasma in the air that you're constantly taking damage, constantly being knocked out of scope, and it's going to encourage you to move, change up your strategy a little bit. Maybe back off, maybe get closer, maybe try using a grenade, find a vehicle. Like, I'm worried that just straight up removing D-scope and not even considering a new suppression mechanic of some kind, it's going to harm the game. Like, all it's doing is making Halo 1 easier to play. It's not really actually adding anything. It's just taking away a mechanical aspect of the game that gave it its combat loop. How do we get D-scope back then? Well, fan feedback, you know? And one of the ways to do fan feedback, this is a language that gets to developers, okay? Like, developers are not dumb, you know. They hear complaints, but this is how you speak their language, all right? What you say is, descope in the older games added this to the gameplay experience. It added this element. It gave the game more depth by forcing me to reposition and come up with new tactics when using my scope was not viable because I was being suppressed. The current iteration of the aiming mechanic that just removes descope also adds less depth to the... It removed depth from the combat experience. I would like either descope to return or new suppression mechanics to be added to the game to bring back this layer of strategy and depth. Because now what you're doing is you're giving them the problem. And then it's up to them to figure out solutions, you know? If you just say, bring back descope, they'll be like, why? Why do you want it so bad? Is it just nostalgia? Because then they can start doing playtests, and they can start actually testing different ideas, because they're like, well, players want there to be something in the aiming system that would discourage them from using it as the be-all, end-all for encounters, you know? They want some kind of suppression mechanic, some reason to force them to switch up their strategy. So what could we possibly do? Add recoil, add visual, like, you know, haze, blurriness if you're being suppressed, maybe impact the weapon's accuracy. Like, they'll start testing a bunch of strategies. And for Halo Infinite, they did actually try that. Once upon a time, Halo Infinite did not have descope, and they... When that bit of feedback became clear to them that you just removed this important element from the combat loop, and now everybody's just using ranged rifles, because there's no reason to not. They began testing a variety of different ways to add that bit of gameplay back, you know, that bit of depth back. Whether it was shutting off your aim assist, getting rid of your HUD, adding a bunch of glitchy HUD effects, you know, and stuff like that. Eventually, they just settled on, well, descope worked. Let's just bring it back. Bethesda just got Fallout 4 a patch update roadmap in 2025. What the fuck? Why does Fallout 4 have a patch roadmap? That game's like 10 years old now. LNG, it's been a while since I've been able to catch you live, but glad I could now. 21 months, where'd the time go? Says Tim O'Brien. I remember when you first joined, Tim O'Brien. It's good to see you, buddy. Are you in the Discord? I hope you are. I think you are. I honestly didn't mind the way Halo 5 did descope. If you remember in Halo 5, at least if you were using a control scheme that had left trigger as zoom, as long as you were holding down the trigger, when basically what happened was you'd get descoped, you'd pull down into hipfire mode, and after about maybe half a second, if you had not taken any damage, you'd automatically pull back up your scope. So it minimized the amount of button inputs, because that's probably like the biggest pain point for people, is that if you're using like right stick, or, you know, like if you're on keyboard and mouse, you're using right click to zoom in. The biggest pain point is the constantly having to manually scope back in after being descoped. That's the biggest pain point, and I think if they added that kind of like an auto rescope button. Good to see you too, man. I don't think I'm in the Discord. So Tim, if you were to go into if you're able to look at the community posts, there's a community post for folks who are members of the channel, and they are given access to a Discord where we all have secret sleepover parties. Oh my god, Tim O'Brien just sent 5 Late Night Gaming gift memberships. I didn't... You could... Yeah, you can do that, I guess, on YouTube, can't you? Captain Polaris, T. Higgs, Sonic Halo 101, Blaze Light Zero, and Alexander. All just got... Guys, you all just got memberships. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell heed. And there are plenty of stickers for you guys to use if you want. You are free to spam them, okay? Tim, that was awesome. That was very kind of you, dude. Cheers, man. I agree that we need to be constructive, but the reality is that for 15 years, all 343 did was show that they didn't listen and broke literal promises. Keep in mind, though, now that the producers run the show and Halo Studios is a very cold studio in some ways, but they are also a very, like, analytical studio. It's hard to explain. Like, it's like the benefit, the pros and the cons of the fact that the artists have all kind of been pushed out, which means a lot of the egos have also been pushed out. A lot of people who have a vision, and they are sticking to their vision no matter what. Like, they're gone. And what you're going to see are a lot of people who are willing to make sacrifices if the data suggests that they need to, and they're not going to push back very hard. They are running the show, and they're very open to feedback currently. Like, I thankfully am able to confirm to people that the reason that they showed off Halo Combat Evolved Remake so early was because it is not near release yet. They are they were trying to get feedback from people. I had a fella DM me and give me some details about that. Hell yeah. Oh my god, Rebecca is making a little elite character. Should we show them the elite character? Okay, it's not ready to show off yet. They should add skulls to the new Halo that changes the size of Cortana's... Nah. Her titties and ass. Yeah, let's not do that. What about Master Chief's?
Is that a troll?
I think it's a troll. Weren't you interviewed by someone very tall at HCS and asked about if Halo is back? Oh, someone very tall. Yes, I was interviewed by somebody who was just colossal in size, Kevin. So back at the school that Rebecca and I went to when we were younger, like our middle school, elementary school, and all that stuff, I was the tallest person at the school. And the Halo community have shown me that humans can get taller. Because some of the Halo men in the community, they are just giants. Yeah, I did get interviewed by Kevin Kulex, and he asked me if Halo was back, and I chickened out and couldn't give a serious answer because I thought about the question too hard, and I don't know. So I've been thinking of making a vid on feedback about the remake, but I haven't played the game. Can I bet on waiting for flights? You could do that, but I also think just even feedback from what you've seen is good. You know, they're always looking for feedback. They are always willing to hear feedback. Okay, let's see if we can take down that. Okay, he's coming within range. Damn it. Okay. Well, I did nothing. Am I the only one who doesn't have an issue with the CE remake reusing models? No, I don't think you're the only one. There are plenty of people that don't care. Captain Polaris, I appreciate the $5, by the way, dude. Oh yeah, Kevin Coolx next to Hidden Xperia was very funny. It was like the two extremes. The leprechaun and the giant.
Enemy flag returned.
Damn it. Okay. I wish the tracking on the Hydra was better. Dude, the tracking on the Hydra is already great. Any better and the Hydra would basically be a smart pistol from Titanfall. Like, the tracking on the Hydra is already extremely good. The problem there is that I was not being intelligent with my use of the Hydra. I was like, I am going to stand out here in the open. I am not going to plan an escape route in case, you know, somebody's coming. I will sit here, and nothing could go wrong. Surely, he said, surely I could not be snuck up on. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Damn it. I think it's weird that 343 and Halo Studios rely so much on feedback. It's always good to, but what happened to good instincts with Halo? Well, keep in mind that, like, feedback is actually a huge part of the game industry. Like, Halo 2 had gigantic chunks of feedback being given to it. Like, almost every game in the video game industry, a lot of people... So, okay. This is something I learned with Halo Infinite, but kind of learned through more stories about the game industry, doing research on how game development is done, but games are never a vision. And then they make the game, and it's beautiful. Usually, what happens with games is they do extensive, heavy playtesting is a part of game development, and usually the first build of a game is the shittiest and gets terrible feedback, and usually requires the devs to go back to the drawing board. And it's like, usually what'll happen is, like, the devs, they'll be like, we want to make a game that's kind of like this. Here's the mechanics that we have. Here's some maps. And then they get a bunch of people into the playtest lounge. You know, they give them their Cheetos, their Mountain Dew or whatever, hook up cameras and watch them play the game and, like, study what they do. And then they ask them what they thought of the game, if they would buy it and stuff like that. And if feedback is good, then they keep pursuing with that version and keep playtesting it, getting feedback on it and stuff like that. And if it's bad, they go back to the drawing board and make a new one, and then do the process all over again. And you keep iterating and iterating and iterating until you have something that pretty much everyone is like, this rocks, this is good, let's go with this one. Then you start building the game around it. If you guys are familiar with Alan Wake, the first Alan Wake game, famously, the playtesting for that game did not go well. And it took them an extremely, almost irresponsibly long time to find out what Alan Wake was supposed to be as a game. Because their original visions for Alan Wake were, it's open world. It's going to be open world. Open world game, town has been evacuated. During the day, you have to search for supplies, and you have to drive cars around and break into buildings and bring fuel back to a generator. And then at night, monsters come and get you. And you have to, during the day, you scavenge. At night, monsters attack you. And it never felt fun. It never felt satisfying. And on top of that, they couldn't make a coherent story for it. And it got to the point where Microsoft had to give them extra playtesting labs and extra resources for playtesting and feedback and data analysis. And eventually what they did was they ended up scrapping the open world concept and turning parts of the open world into linear levels. And then they playtested a new combat system that involved the flashlight, and they kept iterating on it until feedback was good, this is fun, I'd play this game. And then they were like, got it, that's our combat loop. Okay, shit, we gotta make a game around this. Yeah, game development is shockingly not as straightforward, I guess, as I used to think it is, and I think a lot of people. And Valve actually, Half-Life 1 taught Valve the importance of data and feedback and playtesting. Because Half-Life 1, famously, they built an entire game and realized at the 11th hour the game they made was shit and terrible and boring and bad. And they should feel bad for making it. And so what they did was they scrapped everything and basically developed the game exclusively via playtesters. They got everyone into the labs, and they were like, here's level 1, what do you think? Okay, that part sucks, okay, we're gonna change that. What do you think of the guns? They suck, okay, we're gonna change them. And they just literally every single day they ran aggressive playtests and feedback sessions and built the levels on the feedback, on the fly, like almost crunch feedback. And it ended up saving the game because Half-Life is very good. But that taught them that playtesting is important. And now one of Valve's key pillars of how they make games is immediately begin playtesting and getting data and feedback. And that's why Valve games are usually consistently great. It's because they're always getting, you know, their feedback done early. And what's kind of interesting about Halo Infinite that I learned is that they... Fletch! Fletch is in here!
On Twitch.
He's in here on Twitch. Fletch is streaming. Dude, Fletch, thank you. If you guys don't know, this is Ultimate Halo. Guy who runs Ultimate Halo, and he has kind of gone up in the world, and now he does work on Halo stuff for real this time. Dude, thank you so much for the raid, man. Thank you, Fletch. It's good to see you, man. How are you doing? You recovering from HCS Worlds? Oh my god. Okay, so you guys, some of you have probably noticed with sharp eyes that there are some crutches behind me. Well, I was at HCS Worlds on the final day. Somebody in steel-toed boots kicked me right in the ankle, really hard. It was an accident, I should clarify. Completely by accident, and in fact I have the video of it happening because I was recording somebody who had a very cool sentinel beam. And I was so wrapped up in the sentinel beam I did not see this guy coming. And he kicked me, and it is on recording of me going, ow! And like the camera shaking, and then the guy going, dude, you okay? I'm wearing steel-toed boots. And I told him, yeah, I'm fine. And it wasn't until I was on the flight home when I was like, oh, my ankle's swelling. And then by the time I got home, I couldn't walk on it, and it has been an inconsistent last couple of weeks. Some days it's fine, some days it's not fine, and last night, no, 2 nights ago, it started swelling up again, and Rebecca was finally like, okay, we're gonna be going to the urgent care, and I was like, I don't wanna, it'll feel better, I just need to keep pressure off it, and because I love her, I did what she said. They took some scans of it, and thankfully it doesn't seem like it, okay, it's not like busted, you know, it's not broken. But they did not rule out like hairline fractures and stuff, so we're gonna have to go to a specialist, cause it's not great, and now I have crutches. And it's all because somebody else wore steel-toed boots. It wasn't even my fault. Ultimate Halo. Yes. Hell yes! Dude, Fletch, have you seen the photos that I posted of Worlds where we were doing the chicken fight, the Halo AI chicken fights? Rebecca took photos of them, and we look hilarious. You look fucking hilarious. You're in like... She said we look like children. We look like little boys. And we're so in love with Halo, and we're so just like... wrapped up in it. Yeah, very, very, very fun HCS Worlds. Sorry to hear about that LNG. No, it's all good. It was just a mistake. But also, It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything. Yeah, it will heal. I'm just happy that it was... So, I was feeling like this weird grinding thing, and I couldn't tell if it was nerve-related. You know? I think it must have been nerve-related, because it was this weird, like, it felt like someone was going, ooh, ooh, on the bottom of my feet, like, along the nerves. You know, when I would lift it up. And I think that must have just been nerve pain, or muscle pain or something. But it felt sort of like grinding or like fluid or something was sloshing around. And I got really damn scared when Rebecca talked about cartilage damage. I was like, no, I'm only 29. No. We're not doing this. Thankfully, it is not that serious. Do you think they'd try to make a fun multiplayer Halo game alongside Halo Campaign Evolved? Well, they did say that they've got multiple Halo projects in the works, and Laper Larden's theory is that they are kind of, moving on to focusing on individual Halo projects as opposed to these gigantic, multi-million-dollar, like, this is the everything game, you know, type of releases. Which, some people could think it's a lot of fun. It might be better for, like, the current state of, you know, how games are made and probably the setup of Halo Studios. If it does happen. You know, my heart belongs to the kind of full package Halo releases. Did you get a med pack? I didn't get a med pack. Oh, I'm like ODST, like the med gel. You know, where somebody just sticks a canister into my shoe and then fills it up with foam. And I'm like, much better. No, nothing like that, but Rebecca did give me painkillers and wrap up my foot, which felt good. Tiny gnomes in your shoe. Sort of. I'm just shocked that I didn't feel it. Like, I was walking for hours after that guy just kicked me. And I woke up on the plane home, and my foot hurt a lot, my ankle specifically. And what I thought was the thing that's usually the case is, oh, my socks are too tight, like it's blood circulation issue. Like, this sucks. And then I look down, and it's like, oh, that's a bruise, and it's big. Oh. Since they're ending content support for Infinite, makes me wonder if a new Halo multiplayer is closer than we thought. Probably not within the year, I'd imagine, but probably closer than people think. Possibly. And I mean, keep in mind that, like, support hasn't ended for Halo Infinite. Like, they're still going to be patching it and stuff. It's just big content drops are done. Do you think that... Wait, I think I already... Wait. I think I answered that? Yeah. Prefer multiple releases over major ones. Video games take way too long to develop in the current environment, and they never release fully baked. Yeah, but I'd also say that that's not, like... That's not this ethereal issue that just, like, because of magic, games can't release unfinished. Like, it's definitely not... It's something that there is a solution for, but it's a solution that's hard to do, I guess, and when you've got like a studio of hundreds of people. You know, the bigger you are, the less flexible you are, and the less speedy you can be when it comes to addressing certain issues. Ultimate Halo. Yeah, Fletch is awesome. Man. I remember when Fletch and we used to hop on Discord and we just, like, theorize about what the future of Halo could be like. And it's crazy now that he works for Halo, and I know he knows. And we can't talk about that stuff anymore. Because he likes his job, and he deserves to be paid for his job. And not fired. Kinda related, but the biofoam from Halo 4 Forward Unto Dawn looked yummy. Did it? I forgot what it looked like in... Oh, no, I don't... Yeah, I remember. Because that Master Chief voice actor kept saying it. And it sounded funny, the way he kept saying it. I don't know why. I think it was because that guy was trying to sound like a young Steve Downes. So it was just funny hearing him say over and over again, biofoam. We're almost out of biofoam. Like, it's hard to explain the way he pronounced it, because he didn't say it in, like, a funny way or anything. It's just, if it was in written form, the biofoam would have been capitalized. Like, proper noun. That's just the vibe it gave off. Are we able to join? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if there's room for it. Naded is actually the one hosting these.
Ayo.
Who said that? Did you hear that? These maps are cool, right? Dude, Forward Unto Dawn is what the Halo show should have been. Yeah! Yeah, I feel like Forward Unto Dawn, if you were to give it more of a budget, that is a pretty damn good way to do a Halo show. Like, so this is my opinion. I don't think canon Master Chief is interesting enough to make into a main character for a narrative thing like a Halo show. Because for the most part, like, his character arc is resolved. Like, he's done. It happened when he was abducted as a kid, you know? Like, he learned at a very young age to be okay with what happened to him. The way that he was abducted and move on from it. And just be a good leader. Like, his characterization is essentially done. And attempts to dramatize it after the fact always feel very forced to me. Because, like... That was, like, part of Master Chief's thing in the Fall of Reach book, is he found out how to deal with it at a young age. So I think what you got to do for a Halo series of some kind is you've got to have somebody else be the main character. There's a ghost! No, that's a seraph. It's called a seraph. It's not a ghost. I just realized the other day that it makes no sense for the Banished to be using the purple Halo 5 plasma cannon. Well, technically a blue one, but yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It also just doesn't aesthetically fit, does it? Like, that Halo 5 plasma turret, it looks good on, like, a Halo 5 Phantom. But it looks super weird on a Banished Phantom. Because it's two completely different aesthetic styles, you know? You've got the thing that's very aquatic. It almost looks like a creature with a mollusk or something. But then it's attached to this thing that looks like a Mega Bloks figure, you know? The Banished Phantoms. There's actually concept art for the Halo Infinite plasma turret, and it looked, at least in the concept art that I saw, a lot more like the Halo Reach plasma turret, but if it was, you know, banished. like taken over by the Banished. Like it has weird metal parts on it. The holograms on it are glowing red. It's got that like steel gray color to it. I'm like, why didn't you guys do that? Infinite's Banished look bad in general. I wouldn't say they look bad. I would not say they look bad. But they definitely, I think, lack aura that the Halo Wars 2 Banished have. They lack a hell of a lot of aura. But I think also some of that was unfortunately pressure that the art team was feeling. Because you've got a problem with Halo Infinite. You've got people requesting a return back to the aesthetic style of the Bungie Halo games. And you're going to be fighting the Banished. So it's like, why don't the Covenant look like Covenant anymore? Also, we want to be fighting the Banished. So they're caught between a rock and a hard place in terms of the designs. And what they ended up with is kind of like this cross between the Banished and the Covenant in Halo Wars, or in Halo Infinite. And I think it works. I think it works. I don't think, though, that it's as aesthetically strong and striking as Halo Wars 2's Banished. That's Halo Wars 2 concept art? It is? Okay, then I stand corrected. Nightfall sucked grunt wieners? Yeah, Nightfall wasn't good. It suffered from a good lead. It suffered from a good lead. It suffered from, I think... Now, the premise was fine. It just, it wasn't... Dialogue wasn't great. And Mike Coulter was so fucking bad. He was astonishingly bad as Agent Locke, to the point that he genuinely made the series worse. Perhaps one day Mike Coulter will be a good actor, but soon is not the time. And certainly it wasn't the time 10 years ago. You made me laugh reading grunt wieners with a straight face. I'm not for Chief having a love interest, but I accepted it. I thought, fuck it, if he's gonna have a love interest, might as well ride along. Then they killed her again. Make up your mind. What are we talking about? The show? The Halo show? Yeah, I'm not even for Chief having a love interest. That's not, like, who would... No offense to Master Chief, but who the fuck would love him? He's got, like, no personality. He's got, like, oh my god, like, he would... If he was married to someone, he would be purely goal-oriented. You know, he would be, like, planting flowers not to spend time with the person, but because it's the task at hand. And he'd be thinking about the best way to optimize the garden and he'd take the fun out of the relationship. Uh-oh. Okay, good. It was just the servers trying to catch up. Yeah, Master Chief doesn't seem like a fun guy to date. He'd take you somewhere, and he'd be looking at the menu of, like, not what is the yummiest. He'd be, like, calculating the price, calculating the nutritional value, calculating the last time to eat, and how much fuel this would give him until the next meal. And then he'd order for both, because he'd also do your calculations as well. And he'd be like, I think this would probably be the best for you right now. He's on the grind set. Yeah, like, Chief's too much on the grind set. And not that that's, like, a bad thing or anything. That's just the way he is. He likes keeping himself busy. He's a man who likes to build a shed, you know?
Enemy captured your flag.
Like, Chief Chief has like some qualities that could make him a good partner. Like he's got a sense of humor. He's got comedic timing. He's very supportive. He's good with his hands, you know. If you told Master Chief to chop some wood, he'd probably be able to do it. I'd imagine that he'd be very good at grocery shopping. It doesn't seem like there would be a lot of passion, you know? I wouldn't say Chief's emotionless. Chief isn't emotionless. Like, Chief enjoys things. Like, dude, if Chief has a sense of humor. You have emotions if you have a sense of humor. You know comedic timing.
Flag return.
You know?
Flag.
I feel like Halo 4 introduced the idea of Master Chief is actually very sad and an emotionless robot with no personality, and he's sad about the fact he's a child soldier, and like he cries and needs to have windshield wipers installed on his visor. All that stuff was like introduced in Halo 4, and I think it doesn't make sense retrospectively, because that's not who Chief is. Like, he's shockingly well-adjusted for what happened to him. And that was even part of his growth in the Fall of Reach book. Is when he was younger and he was abducted, there was at first the shock of, like, I miss my family. Like, what happened? What's going on? And they basically beat that out of him by constantly keeping him busy and constantly training him. Like, once they woke up and they were like, where am I? Immediately their training began, and they had to run like multiple miles a day. They only had like what, 10 or 15 minutes to eat, and then they immediately had to go do more work, more training exercises. They had to plan stuff as well. So it was just like for years they had no time to think. And eventually he learned how to think more abstractly under stress. And basically what he realized was, like, so many years have passed, man, that, like, there's no use to getting mad or feeling like what happened to me was unfair. Like, it happened. I'm here now. The best I can do with my situation is be a good soldier and be a good leader and stuff, and use what happened to me in a positive way to protect people. Like, and, you know, since then, after becoming a Spartan and being a Spartan for many, many years, he did have plenty of downtime. You know, because by then he had years and years of military service under his belt, so they don't have to be worried that he's going to defect anymore. So yeah, Chief has time to himself. He has time to actually think and process what happened to him, and he's fine. Like, what happened, happened. And that's kind of what's cool about Chief. So this Halo 4 kind of bringing out of nowhere that it's like, dude, Chief knew Keyes since he was young. He knew Johnson for years and years and years, and when they passed away, Chief wasn't like, our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity no matter the cost. I want to be alone. Like, he's fine. He grieves and then moves on. But when Cortana died, after only knowing her for a handful of years, not even nearly as long as he knew Johnson or Captain Keyes, like, why was Cortana the one that sent Chief on a bender? I don't know, it doesn't make sense. At least to me, the characterization. Does anyone else feel that way? Chief 117 is me, by the way. I sent you that friend request. Ah, was that you? Thank you, by the way, Tim, for the $2. That's you, is it? Okay. I can accept that. I think Brett has like 1,000. Are they doing friend requests again? Because I know for a while they had this bizarre, yeah. They had this bizarre system in place where it was like Twitter, where you followed people and then they had to follow you back. Did they go back to the friend system? Chief be like, well, that's sad. Anyway, what is the next mission? Yeah, that's basically Chief in a nutshell. Like, he's a surprisingly well-adjusted dude, given everything that happened to him. And I'm getting a little bit tired of the back-to-back-to-back Halo games where the story is Master Chief is sad and needs to rediscover his humanity. Because I'm like, he did that in like the first couple chapters of the Fall of Reach book. Like, let's move on. Yeah, Xbox has friend requests again. Jeez. I wish Xbox would make up its mind. And well, Cortana and Chief only knew each other for a few months. They got close because they were together the entire time. Yeah, but not... Like, Chief has been closer to people, you know? Like, I don't think Chief, like... and Cortana shared bedtime stories or like secret childhood things that scare them.
Capture the flag.
Like, they weren't that close. Like, Chief has lost people closer to him, even members of Blue Team, you know? I don't know, it's just, it's very, maybe it's just me. I would want a Master Chief and Columbo team up. Who's Columbo? Christopher Columbus? The Spanish guy? He died hundreds of years before Master Chief was born. The only people Chief really grew close and intimately to was Blue Team and the other Spartan 2 kids. Well, even intimately is not, like, entirely honest. I don't think Master Chief has ever had, like, an intimate relationship with anybody, even members of Blue Team, because they're more like, they're intimate in their experience in combat. Like, they work very well together. I don't think Master Chief has ever sat down with them and, like, giggled and talked about what boys they have crushes on and stuff. You know, like, that's just, like, not the person he grew up into. Because those aren't really his concerns. And I don't think he's ever been like that with Cortana either. Columbo the Detective, I think. Okay, Columbo the Detective. Who's Columbo the Detective? All-time great TV detective, played by Peter Falk. Is he like a hard-boiled type detective, or is he like more of like a... I was gonna say like a Sherlock Holmes type detective. Sir Christopher Columbus was Italian. Was he Italian? He was? Oh, okay. Okay, he was Italian, but sent by Spain. He was not, though, himself. Okay. Didn't he have a warrant out for his arrest when he set sail? Yeah, Christopher Columbus. Yeah, Christopher Columbus, we don't have to get down that rabbit hole. That was yeah. Goodbye.
In my sights.
Being a child soldier can have a toll on you mentally and socially. It can, but I also don't think Chief cares, you know? Chief was abducted at such a young age that, like, what happened to him didn't even have the room to be able to have an emotional impact, you know? Like, it is what it is. Like, as far as the Fall of Reach book was concerned, Chief came to peace with it. Like, that's not to say that there are no ways to explore that story. You certainly can. I just think it makes Chief less interesting. Or less fun. Because it's like... It's sort of like, what if we make Superman evil? Or what if we make Superman tortured and sad? Like the Man of Steel approach, where it's just like... Oh, that's just so boring. Like, hey, you know a guy who is known for being stoic and seems to have his head on straight? What if him but sad? It's just like, oh, you're being very bold, aren't you? It was just a fad in the 2010s. You know, that after The Dark Knight, and then Man of Steel kind of hyper-accelerated that kind of stuff. It's just the, what if the character you like, but sad and tortured? And I'm like, we could be done with this, right? I got an idea. What about a story where Master Chief is just confident? It has been 18 years since there's been a Halo game where that was the story. Halo 3, right? 18 years? It has been 18 years since we've had a Halo game where Chief just kinda knows what to do. And has his head on straight and seems well adjusted and fine. Surely we can stop telling a story where Master Chief is sad. Right? I feel like you can achieve that storytelling with civilian and Oni personnel. That's why I think Hunt the Truth was actually a more compelling thing, because Chief is, like, fine with what happened to him, basically. Like, he's moved on. Like, the people responsible for what happened, so much time has passed, so much suffering in the human race that it's like there's bigger fish to fry. Like, Chief has moved on from it, and he's found peace in what happened to him, and has found value in his new role as protector of the human race. What's more interesting is telling the story of Master Chief from an outsider's perspective, who doesn't have the same kind of resolve that Chief has. Because, yeah, what happened to Chief is super fucked up, and, Benjamin Giraud kind of learning about that, what the Spartan program was, and being shocked and horrified and trying to expose it to the world. That's more interesting to me than just like, oh my god, Chief is sad still in the year of our Lord 2021. He's still fucking sad. I'd rather him have a proper character than be a husk. I don't think being confident means you're a husk. And surely, in that same regard, being sad isn't being a character. That's just being sad for 3 games in a row, right? Surely for him to be a character, at some point, he'd be done being sad, right? It would not be character growth if Master Chief's new gimmick is, this is the game where he's sad for the 4th time in a row, and he needs to rediscover his humanity again after rediscovering it the last 3 times. Yeah, to be fair, I think Infinite has finally closed that book with the final goodbye from Cortana and Joyous taking her place. Yeah, I think that was the vibe Infinite was trying to go for, is we are done with the Master Chief is sad arc. Like, we're officially done, and we are moving forward. And I think that that is for the best. It's just kind of a pity that the Halo TV show fell into the same traps. Of, like, the most compelling way to tell a Master Chief story is sad. What if Master Chief but sad? Hunt the Truth was such an awesome letdown. Was Hunt the Truth a letdown? I hear everyone say that, but I'm like, guys, it wasn't a letdown. Hunt the Truth rocked. It was Halo 5 that was the letdown. Like, Hunt the Truth was such a damn good piece of Halo media. It is still good to listen to. Like, don't let Halo 5 letting people down erase how strong Hunt the Truth was as a piece of Halo fiction, because it still stands strong. Really good story. Let me take this off. How's the goings-on today? The goings-on today are very good. I've returned with a meatloaf sandwich. Hey, meatloaf sandwiches are pretty good. Shout out was given to XLR. Worlds was so fun, man. Pleasant time talking to you. Oh my god, I missed XLR8 being in here. XLR8's advice for optimizing the game on PC cannot be understated. Thanks to him, I was able to get Halo Infinite to run at a steady frame rate without crashing most of the time. I wish that my PC was better so that I could push the visuals of Halo Infinite similar to what he's been able to achieve. Oh, baby boy. What do you guys think as far as coatings are concerned? We'll try the scratched up one, see if it adds any detail and depth to the gun. Has it been made public yet who the main writers at Halo Studios are? Is it the same group that did 4 to Infinite, or did they leave/get laid off? As far as campaign is concerned, the campaign narrative leads left/were laid off. There are still people responsible for stuff like world building, dialogue, who are still there, and they're people that I trust. You know, like Jeff Easterling is still there. Thankfully, Haruspus and stuff. Is the Didact still alive? No, the Didact, well, it's hard to say. The Didact got his send-off in the recent Halo novel. He essentially has ascended to Forerunner Heaven. So the Didact is now in the Forerunner afterlife, reconnected with his wife, and living his best Didact life. Or afterlife, I should say. He's been purified from his corruption by the Gravemind. And he is now enjoying himself in Forerunner Heaven. I'm happy we're getting a new book in the same vein as First Strike. It's just unfortunate that we don't even know or have an idea of when Halo 7 is coming out. It's definitely unfortunate. It would be nice to hear when it's coming out, but that's up to them, I guess. I wish we had the Didact as the villain for Halo 5 too. I feel like he shouldn't have died in Halo 4. Yeah. The idea was supposed to be, at least, based on some concept art, that the Didact would have returned at least in a minor villain role. I'm not entirely convinced that he was supposed to be the villain. I think Cortana being the villain was probably part of the plan. What I imagine happened, like if I think about Halo 5 story, I'd imagine the Warden Eternal was probably once upon a time conceived to be the Didact. And then, you know, something changed. And they decided to instead go with the Warden Eternal. I can't tell if you're serious. I am serious. Like, I think the sad reality of Halo 5's story is that it was doomed. I don't think there were any crazy last-minute rewrites. I don't think there were as many attempts to course correct as people think in regards to narrative direction. I think the direction they were going in regards to the characters was unfortunately the plan. And it just wasn't, you know, executed well at all. I think some of the details rearranged. Maybe some of the tonal direction. Because there definitely was a tonal shift from Halo 4 to 5 that you can feel. Like, Halo 4 was like, no fun allowed, everybody is sad and miserable. And then Halo 5 was almost like the opposite, you know? Like, Halo 5 was a lot more, like, jokey, a lot more focused on, they had this, like, it was this, not mandate, I don't want to say mandate, because that implies it was like this, like, everyone has to do it this way, but it was like, one of their goals for the cutscene directions of Halo 5 is they wanted it, rather than people all in a party yelling and talking over each other and not focusing, they wanted the cutscenes to be straightforward and written and directed in the style of just bookending a level and then setting up what the next level's gonna be. And you could feel that. You know, the cutscenes at the end of every Halo 5 level are just like, well, we got to the place. What do you think's gonna happen next, Locke? And then fade to black. And then the next mission starts and it's like, well, Chief, we got to the place. What do you think we should do? We should go deeper. And then fade to black and gameplay starts. And then, we're deeper now, Chief. Where to next? We find Cortana. Fade to black. Like, that was like the formula of every cutscene.
Enemy team took the hill.
Hello, Late Night. Hello, hello. The Warden Eternal was pretty fun in Warzone. I remember having a lot of fun going around him in a gun goose while throwing grenades. I thought Warden Eternal was more fun in the campaign. I feel like with Warzone, because of the huge health bar, you lose some of the, like, physicality of fighting him that you got in the campaign, where the damage felt like it was making more sense. Halo 7 thought Infinite was its own thing, or is it Halo 6? People are just calling the next Halo game Halo 7. And you are correct. Halo Infinite is more of its own thing. It is not the final game in the Reclaimer saga. It is supposed to be a reboot for the franchise, but the reboot didn't go well, so I guess the next game will have to be a reboot. Hopefully the next game does well, though. The goal going forward seems to be that Halo Studios is going to take almost more of an advisory role, and they're going to bring in other developers to kind of assist with the development of games. Like, they're not going to be the main creators of the game. I heard recently, I don't know if anybody can verify for me, I don't know if, like, LinkedIn has a way to even tell this. I've heard that the staff at Halo Studios is under 100 employees. If anyone can verify that, I would really, really appreciate you reaching out. Because under 100 employees is not even remotely close to being enough to make a AAA game these days. Do you think Locke was going to be in Halo 6 as a protagonist, or do you think they would have had Arbiter, or have an Arbiter Halo 3-like role? I think he would have had an Arbiter Halo 3-like role. It's hard to say, because definitely the plan was that the mantle was supposed, no pun intended, the mantle was supposed to be passed to Locke as being the protagonist of the franchise. It was even pitched to Mike Coulter as it is basically a Captain Kirk and Jean-Luc Picard situation. If you're familiar with Star Trek, you know the reference I made. Like, you are the hero for a new era of Halo. That's the way that it was pitched to Mike Coulter. But it did not go, you know. The plan did not go according to plan. And I mean, part of that was because Mike Coulter, you know, he got his Marvel gig, so he became very busy. Another part of it is that Mike Coulter sucks as an actor, and was not a good pick as a lead. It's so bad, in fact, that they had to replace him with a completely different voice for the final game. But also just, you know, unfortunately, the Halo 5 story didn't resonate well with people.
Outbreak. Hill control.
With how bad COD is at the moment, perhaps we can see Halo rise again to the top. Battlefield 6 did it. A man can dream. I think Halo doesn't... I don't think Halo could ever become the juggernaut that it used to be. Like, I think, unfortunately, Halo as a property is too boxed in. And, I mean, okay. The only way that Halo could ever come out on top is if Halo sacrificed all integrity. If Halo did not give a fuck, kind of like the Call of Duty franchise.
Enemy team took the hill.
That's the only way, which would mean Halo is going to start needing American dads. Halo is going to need proper aiming down the sights. It's going to need a prone button. It's going to need to full-on cater to the Zoomers. It's going to need a mobile... Not Zoomers. They're not the current gamer audience, right? Yeah, Gen Alpha. Like, Halo basically is going to need to become a Roblox type thing, you know? Like, Call of Duty, immediately when it saw the success of Warzone, it threw everything it could out the window. And now we kind of see, you know, Black Ops 7 has the tung 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 skibbity toilet boss fight. And, like, stupid, ridiculous, like, weapon. Like, that's what Halo needs to be, basically. And I hope to God, even though Halo Studios is kind of a mostly producer-driven studio at this point, which is dangerous, because those are the people that would be like, no, it has to have more toon 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 in it. It has to have more skibbity toilet. We need to have crossovers with American Dad. Like, that's the job of producers. I hope that even they have more integrity than some of the folks at Call of Duty. Do you remember any Tanaka voice lines? I do. Armor's locked up. Help! Armor's locked up. Reloading. Get that grunt.
Control.
Need a revive. I remember those lines.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Since the spirit seems to be forgotten a lot, YouTube and Twitch chat, what's y'all's favorite spirit from any Halo media? Mine is 5, but people pointed out the remake has the same door opening as 5, so that might be my new favorite. My favorite spirit is probably either the Reach one or the Banished one, with Halo 5's as an extremely close contender for favorite. Like, Halo 5's, the way the doors open is pretty damn cool. I like the materials and the design of the Halo Reach one, but I like the way that it uncurls almost like a bug in Halo 5 when the doors are opening. But the Banished one looks pretty damn awesome, and I'm so annoyed that they chose the Phantom over the Spirit to be the Banished dropship in Infinite, because the Banished Phantom looks stupid. It looks like a Mega Bloks thing.
Hill control.
Holy shit, Black Ops 7 is the lowest rated COD ever. Incredible. Black Ops 7 looks like some hot trash. Like, I know that that's punching down.
Outbreak.
Oh, is Brett going crazy? Yeah, no, Brett doesn't know that I'm not paying attention, unfortunately. To get him to go for the... And I'm just like... So, the new Black Ops game, what part of the map am I on? The new Black Ops game is... How do you feel about a potential Arbiter Souls-like spin-off? I believe the Halo franchise has a lot of potential in other gameplay genres. I think I've said it before, but an Arbiter-like Souls game would kick so much goddamn ass. Like, you have no idea. I could literally change the world if I was allowed to successfully pitch an Arbiter Souls-like spin-off game to Halo Studios, because it would be great. You know, in Jedi Fallen Order, the first Jedi game, when you're on the planet of Darth Maul's, and you have to, like, kind of, like, climb up the rock cliff side and stuff, and, like, some of the natives, you know, are attacking you. I had, like, this vision of, like, Arbiter's armor looks really cool, right? And his Sanghelios armor in Halo 5 is supposed to be, like, an ancient armor. Like an ancient armor before, you know, they became really fully a part of the Covenant, which is why Arbiter wears it in Halo 5, because it's supposed to be symbolic of him breaking the elites away from the, like, I don't know, what would you call it? Appropriation of elite beliefs by the prophets. I was thinking how damn cool it would be to have an Arbiter game like Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order set during the early, like, okay, there's gonna be lore people that are gonna be mad, but I am here to tell you that I don't give a fuck. What I'm more interested in is how damn fun it would be to have a story set during the final years of, like, elite independence. Like, rather than the elites all joining together, the Covenant, I imagine it as a multi-generational takeover by the prophets. Like, it starts with a couple, then spreads to a cult, then a big religion, and then it becomes a planetary movement of elites turning to join the prophets. And by this point, the prophets already have hunters, maybe even grunts, or maybe not grunts, jackals. Because jackals you could actually have combat with, I think, as an elite, where a grunt would just be like, and it would go flying off a cliff. So I'm imagining you are the last of the elites that are, like, holding on to the old ways. Your elite family clan has passed down the stories. Like, already the Covenant mostly have Sanghelios in the bag, and the elites have properly joined them. There's honor guards and stuff like that. But you still remember what the elites used to be like, and you're kind of maybe building a resistance to the Covenant takeover or something. I don't know. And your primary weapon is, you start out with an old ancient Sangheli blade that's, like, made of metal, and then you get to move on to different plasma sword weapon types, you know? Maybe eventually working your way up to something akin to the Prophet's Bane. And you get to customize the blade types, you get to customize what their strengths are, you get to see different staves, maybe, like... And I was just thinking of how damn cool Arbiter's armor looks in Halo 5, with the, like, the spines that it has, and I'm like, could you imagine seeing that from a third-person view and controlling an Arbiter that looked like that? That would be pretty damn cool. Like, imagine a story of revenge, where, like, you know, your father is training you in the way... Well, no, I guess elites don't have fathers, right? Because they immediately, when a new elite is born, they give them away to, like, another elite house, or something like that, and raise them to be warriors. Like, all elites don't really have brothers and sisters, do they? They just have cousins. Something like that. It's something like that. Either way... Let's say, just for the sake of argument, and some lore person could probably polish it up, my idea. Father figure treats you in the way of the blade, the way of the elite customs, you know, and it's like, now, my young son, go to the market and get your mother ooga booga fish eggs. Like, you know, an alien fish. He's not going to say, go get trout. Like, there's no trout on Sanghelios. That's from Earth. Like, go get the fish eggs for your mother. She will make us our favorite dinner, And then while you're out at the market, you can see, like, the Covenant Corvettes up in the sky, and the Covenant purple. And you can see, like, old monasteries from Elite Pass being, like, demolished and taken down. And you can see, like, Covenant, like, elite guards walking through the streets wearing, like, the power armor of the Covenant, you know, with energy shields and stuff. You know, there are some elites that still carry, like, rusty metal blades that are passed down from their forefathers. And, like, these elites are, like, drawing out energy swords. Like, the new era is coming. And then you get home and, like, your home is burning and, like, your family was killed, you know? And you find out that your father was part of an elite resistance movement that is smuggling old elite texts to the younger generation to ensure that elite culture does not die under the prophets because they're wiping away a lot of elite history. And then it's like your journey of revenge is set in motion. Maybe you're not trying to kill the high prophets of the Covenant, because I think that's a little bit too ambitious. But you're surely going to be on a quest for revenge of killing the prophet minister that is in charge of St. Helios, right? Like, your job is to get onto that ship that is hovering above the game at all times. Like, that's your destination, getting up onto that ship and killing the prophet who ordered the assassination of your father. And that's the story of the game. And you go all over St. Helios. Those boat things, you learn how to ride one of those boats. You meet all sorts of elite characters. You encounter jackals. You know, what are these unholy creatures? They are not like us. They are less than us. They have no sense of honor. They do what they do for profit, nothing else. They cower behind shields. You know, and then eventually, maybe one of the big boss fights is a hunter, Goliath, from Halo Wars. You know, it is a clan of brother and sister that form together into a golem of some kind.
Flag return.
A being that speaks and fights not with one voice, but with many. We must learn to take it down. It's back! That seems to be its weak point. Like, you know, that would be fun. Don't tell me that wouldn't kick ass as a game, right? Pretty much discussing the Arbiter story in Halo Legends. Yeah! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. You know, have heavy, heavy feudal Japan influences in the culture and the architecture. Basically make it like a samurai revenge story. Or a Ronin, right? Like a lone warrior, but on the planet of St. Helios. That would be fun, right? You could even have some of the older elites. Some of the older elites are like the Halo 4 and Halo 5 variant, where they look a lot bigger, a lot bulkier, and they're a lot slower. Maybe wiser, you know? They walk with, like, canes and stuff like that. And they're the ones that are like being killed out in the market square because they refuse to accept the Covenant doctrines. That's what I'm thinking of. Let LNG cook. Yes. That's what I'm saying, man. Ghost of St. Helios. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? You could even have a cinematic moment where your little arbiter is in the market. You know, he gets the fish. And as he's walking away, he hears screams behind him. And the nice elderly St. Helios fisherman that just sold you the fish is being dragged out by younger elites that all have Covenant power armor. And they're like maybe there was like something in there, you know, like a bag or something, or like boxes of stuff, you know, and they bring it out into the street and dump it out, and it's all ancient elite text, you know, like the fisherman was part of the smuggling ring, and right out there, you know, he like spits on their armor. You know, he's like, you wear that armor to cover up your body because you're ashamed. You know under there that we're all Seghili. But you do not want to be one of us. You want to be one of them. You'll never be one of them. You may stamp out our literature, but our way of life will never die. And then they kill him right there in the market streets. If you had just been there 5 seconds ago while you were buying your fish, you would have also been dragged out and assassinated. Like, so much potential for fun, right? For fun, dramatic story moments. Okay, and for LNG, I want to say CE Elites, but I could be wrong. Original or Halo 2 Anniversary? The faces I picture in my head are like the Halo 2 Anniversary style faces. You know, because of all the emotions in the eyes. But I feel like, I don't know. I never really had an idea. I imagined, like, you'd see all the different types of elites, you know? Oh, are you talking about what kind of armor they're wearing? They'd probably be wearing the Combat Evolved style armor, right? With, like, the pointy helmets and stuff like that. Just got here. I have no idea what LNG is talking about, but points for not using the Half-Life 1 scientist voice. Yeah! I don't just break out. Yeah, yeah, I guess I wasn't using the Half-Life 1 scientist voice for once. Good to see you, Gordon. You must go down to the fish market and get our dinner. Do you think I could have... Hi, Tonger. Hi, Willie. Could I have a cold one? I love you, baby. She's getting me a sparkling water. Hi, boo-boo. I saw somebody Photoshop Germa onto the cover of Monster, a Matthew Dahmer story, and they were like, Monster a Germa 985 story. Thank you, baby. I love you. How about an Oni espionage game where you play as an Oni agent sabotaging Innies and alien factions for the greater good? I think in the last stream we talked about how cool it would be to make a Metal Gear Solid 5 clone, but as an ODST. And after 3 missions, the Covenant invade. Like, you basically use Innies to tutorialize stealth and the gameplay loop and everything, and then the Covenant show up. And how fun the gameplay mechanics would be because of their alien biology. Like, they'd be able to smell you. I'm not sure the elites would be too archaic since their technology would already be advanced at that time, but following a traditional aesthetic would be cool. Yeah, like, I don't really care about the lore. I'm caring more about what would make for a really fun setting and aesthetic. That's what I'm more keen on. That's why I was kind of like, I don't care about the lore. What about elites but like feudal Japan? I think a grunt game, where you have to basically make the biggest grunt family in the galaxy. Like, this is not a grunt game about war, it's a grunt game about family. It's ultimately a game about family. No, it's like, kind of like, played, you know, in a strategy game type format. And it's like, you get to name your grunt family. They can be the Zip Zops. And you start out with a mommy and a daddy. You know, Bip Blarp Zip Zop and his wife. Gimblam zips up, and then you guys have kids, and then you have to marry off your kids to the Beazle Buffo family, and you have to, like, keep building out your family and expanding. And you get to choose, like, the profession of your grunt family. Yeah, and it's kind of like The Sims, but on a galactic scale. So you have to eventually get to the point where you've got millions of grunts spread out across the galaxy carrying your family's bloodline. And, like, you have all sorts of problems, you know? Like, this family line collapses because one of the generations had a business empire that they ran poorly. And so they just undid hundreds of years worth of family business building. And now they're in poverty, and then sadly the family line is extinguished on that front. And the goal is to build a grunt dynasty that lives for 1,000 generations. Wouldn't that be fun? What are grunt lifespans? I'd imagine grunts don't live that long, right? Probably like 30 years. So it's like Chow Garden, but for grunts. Closer to like The Sims. I think Rebecca nailed it. We did talk, though, about how fun it would be, like a cutesy little game where it's going to be rated E for everyone. The aesthetic is not scary, but it does involve the Flood. And you are a monitor on a Halo ring, and your goal is to experiment with the Flood. And by experiment with the Flood, I mean create a shit ton of different Flood forms. You start with the little, you know, floodling, and you can, like, basically choose evolutionary paths for them, different forms that they can take, and it's kind of like a spore type game where it's just like you've got like your little garden and you're just like making these bizarre, weird, fun, cutesy little Flood creatures. By forcing them to evolve in different ways. And it would be not scary. The only reason I picked the Flood is because that's the only creature I can think of that adapts so much. I'm like, wouldn't that be fun if you were like a monitor experimenting on the Flood? And it was like a cutesy little game? Grunts can live 121 plus years. Oh. Okay. If they breed so fast, why do they live for so long? Surely that's bad, right? What about hunter worms? I guess hunter worms could maybe work, but I don't feel like hunter worms would be as exciting. Or as flexible. Because, like, a hunter worm? No. You know what? I think you're a genius. I think you're right. You're a genius. Oh my god, you're brilliant. Because you know what we would do? This Halo cutesy little game where you are just, like, you're gardening a thing. I don't know why a monitor would be doing it, but we could... I was about to say, well, the problem with that is if we used hunter worms, then everything would look like it was crocheted out of slimy worms. But what if? What if the worms don't have to look slimy because the art style looks kind of felt and fuzzy? So you could literally have all these, like, crocheted things, and they'd be crocheted out of hunter worms. Oh my god, you're right. You are so correct. Yes, hunter worms. Okay, never mind the Flood. They're hunter worms. Yo, love your YouTube vids, bro, says Solo Cautions. Dude, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you for joining the stream, man. We're just yapping right now. What's your favorite Elite design? Oh man, it's gotta be Halo 1's. I think as enough time has passed, Halo 1s, I think, have kind of come out on top for me. What I like about the Halo 1 elites is that they can close their mouths completely. I like that they stand up super straight and just purse their mouths shut. You know, their mandibles completely closed. They just, like, they look so, like... They just look like guys. You know? A Halo game where you play as Jackal pirates and plunder Covenant and UNSC ships. That would be hilarious to play a Halo game where you are a Jackal that got kicked out of your fleet for, I don't know, maybe stealing money. And you are able to escape with your life, but you owe the ship mistress of the fleet a shit ton of money, you know, for letting you live, and you have to pay it back, and you pay it back by starting an evil Jackal underground smuggling ring. And you can do fun galactic stuff, like, it would be like another strategy game, you know, it'd be one of those iPad games, and you could, like, basically profit off the human Covenant war by feeding information to both sides, sabotaging weapons, providing weapons and stuff, pretending to be human weapon smugglers so that you can funnel weapons to the UNSC so that they can combat certain Covenant stuff. And you're supposed to pay back, you know, like every now and then, you know, it could be like incoming transmission, you know, money, you know, like the Jackals are constantly calling you to remind you that, you know, you have a debt to pay off. That could be fun. Halo game in the style of Mario Party. Dude, that's not as wild as you think. Because could you imagine a Mario Party style Halo game and all of the mini games are basically hugely gamatized version of Halo's famous custom games that already exist? Like, could you imagine, like, playing a Mario Party type thing, and now you have to play this chibi version of Fat Kid? Like, that would be so fun. I mean, they probably couldn't call it Fat Kid, because I think... I mean, understandably, people might think that that's kind of a mean thing to call your game mode. But, so you want a game where you play as, Anaheim Electronics from Gundam by selling weapons to all sides. If that's what Anaheim Electronics does, then yes, basically. You'd be profiting from war, essentially. Yeah, that would be funny. I almost picture the Jackals as being like the Ferengi from Star Trek. What is that thing that the Ferengi are always fighting about in Star Trek? Gold-plated latinum? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's the currency that they're always fighting about, right? Yeah, it's called gold-plated latinum. I think. Jackal Embezzlement Simulator. Oh boy. Don't rush in here. Okay, he got me. Dude, I was so into that I regressed into a monkey. Did you hear that?
Enemy there.
Gold pressed latinum, that's it. Yeah. I want a little prop of gold pressed latinum so bad. But I don't think I can justify spend. I've seen some of the like Etsy creations people make, and I don't think I could justify spending money on something like that for such a goofy, silly little thing. But someday.
In my sights.
Yep, gold pressed latinum, not gold plated. Gold pressed platinum.
Flag return.
That looks like such a fun thing to say, especially with the fake Ferengi teeth that they all have. Gold pressed platinum. It was probably a lot of fun to play a Ferengi. Do you like the Halo 4 battle rifle? I've come around to the design. I've come around to it. I think it would be a lot of fun. Isaiah drew a picture of... Basically what I pitched was, you know the FAMAS? In real life, the real-life weapon, the FAMAS, how it has an integrated bipod that you can, like, fold up or you can fold down, you know, so you can put it on a... I was like, take the Halo 4 battle rifle, throw on a FAMAS-style integrated bipod, and it would... Oh my god, it would look so fucking cool. The Halo 4 battle rifle. Like, it would be really fucking cool as, like, a heavy battle rifle variant of the weapon. You know, like one that maybe fires slower but is way harder hitting. And has, like, an integrated bipod that you can mount on certain surfaces. Like, that would be a hell of a lot of fun. Halo 4 and 5's art style is just way too over-designed. As I've gotten older, some of my opinions on the Halo 4 and 5 art style have, like, they've gotten more nuanced. Like, it's not the aesthetic direction that I think it looks good for Halo. But I understand what they were going for and why they made certain choices. Basically, I think the over-designedness of it is just, it's that, like, Hollywood cinematic realism that they were going for. Where it's like the same logic that went into the Transformer designs for the Michael Bay movies, where the goal is they wanted to make Transformers look like they would actually exist in the real life. Like, what would an alien look like that could actually turn into a car in a way that is so seamless it could probably pass a car inspection, you know? And, you know, detail. Excessive detail. Like, you really try to consider every single part of the car, and also the mass and size of the robot, and you almost build muscles into the robot itself so that it could move in a way that is physically plausible. And be as flexible as a living creature would be. So, you know, all of this stuff goes into the design, and you get that Michael Bay aesthetic, where it looks excellent on a big screen, and does look like something that exists, that is realistic. Versus, I prefer the Generation 1 style of Transformers. Rebecca said it perfectly. She said, I like that Optimus Prime looks like a truck that stood up. Like in Rise of the Beasts and stuff, you know, he just looks like a truck that got up. I like that style. But you could at least agree that the Rise of the Beast style of design, like that Generation 1 look, it looks like a CGI character. It doesn't look quite like the first Transformers movie where they look so goddamn real. And that's just like cinematic realism, like that style. And I think that's what they were going for with Halo 4 and 5, because they knew 4K gaming was coming, that it was going to be here within the next decade. And so they're trying to future-proof the Halo aesthetic by redesigning it so that it would look hyper-realistic, that it would scale well into photorealism and scale well into 4K resolutions. And I'm not sure that that is the aesthetic that people really expect from the Halo series, or the aesthetic that people liked, you know?
Flag captured.
We're almost there. I still think my preferred look for a Halo game would be something very stylized. Not very photorealistic. Generic sci-fi realism, more Titanfall than Halo. I wouldn't even agree there, because Titanfall had its own very specific... Like, Titanfall looked like... Imagine, like, if a warehouse had to go to war. Like, imagine if, like, the like... You know, in Costco, those loading things... You know, or like a Home Depot. Like, imagine if that was turned into a war zone. Like, that's the vibe that Titanfall gives. It's very, like, industrial. And you get the vibes that even some of the weapons were possibly once upon a time tools that have been repurposed into weapons of war. Like, Halo 4 and 5, it's a lot more, it is a lot more militarized. But a lot of the military stuff is designed more around, It's less anime influenced, and less influenced by military of the late 90s, early 2000s, and more inspired by, like, you know, modern day speculative military and stuff. Yeah, wasn't Halo 5's creative director a LucasArts person? He was. That was Tim Longo, I think. No, Tim Longo was just one person. God, what was his name? What was his name? What was his name? One of the campaign directors worked on Republic Commando for Halo Infinite, and I think Halo 5 as well. But I don't think that had any influence on the aesthetic, because it was Kenneth Scott, either Kenneth Scott or Kenneth Peters. There were two Kenneths that I sometimes get confused. The artist Kenneth Scott, maybe. Somebody would correct me in the comment section if I was wrong. He comes from id Software, and he comes from Doom 3 and stuff like that. And his job basically was to reinterpret the Halo art style in a way that looks new, that looks exciting, that looks fresh, that makes Halo feel modern, makes it feel high fidelity, super science fiction-y, and, like, you know, like Halo, but you've never seen it before. And you can see that in a lot of the UNSC stuff, where they, you know, take influence from speculative futuristic military advancements. They also take inspiration from, like, NASA craft, like part of the, you know, like the white that's everywhere. Like, why do the Marines have white armor? Why are some of the UNSC ships white? Like, you know, what's up with this weird plasticky material that all the UNSC are suddenly using? A lot of that is actually for, like, space flight reasons. Like, something about the color white is actually, like, really important for spacecraft. You know, and the plastic also, it's not really plastic. It's like a specific type of polymer. And you can see more heavily, I think, the Doom 3 connections of, you know, Kenneth Peters' art stuff. Fun fact for the chat, Kenneth Scott. Was he Kenneth Scott? Kenneth Scott? Okay, Kenneth Scott, if that is his name. You can see the Doom 3 influences, I think, mostly in the Covenant and the Forerunner stuff. Because I think with him, with the Covenant stuff, what they looked into was more of the bug aspect of the Covenant, the aquatic aspect of the Covenant, and I think what they really wanted to do was make them feel more alien and disconnected from the UNSC technologically. So they really went all in on like this techno-organic look for the armors and stuff. Like all the Covenant almost look like they're wearing beetle shells. You know, their weapons look grown over, their vehicles look like hollowed out insects with machine parts stuck inside, like, you know, their faces, like, the elites look almost like Doom 3 demons in Halo 4 and Halo 5. And then the Forerunner stuff, like, you know, the faces on everything, the knights especially. You get a lot of Doom 3 demon from those things. We got Unishek. Oh, from me? Oh, yes. I'm about to... Oh, the banana! With peanut butter. Oh, the peanut butter came? Hell yeah.
Target spotted.
Late night week. He said that? Hell yeah. Oh no. They don't realize how good. Man, I've been on autopilot and we're winning. Brett's cortisol levels are so damn high. And we're just like talking about. Ache World. Aww. This game sucked. Glad it's done. That's mean. That's uncalled for. This game did not suck. Luke is saying in the chat, no, how's this possible? Mm-hmm. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is this your full-time job? It is a full-time job. My goal is to get into proper video editing someday. People don't like the MA-37 assault rifle design in Reach. I understand, but I personally adore the design. The Halo Reach assault rifle looks cool. I don't get the hate for it either. Like, there are people that get, like, really mad about it. I'm like, it looks fine. It's fine, guys. You know, maybe I'm just, like, crazy, but I think it's a fine design for the assault rifle. Like, Halo Reach, I think, would look a little bit, It would look different if it had something like the Combat Evolved assault rifle. Like the Reach one just kind of fit the aesthetic of that game. They need to go get our flag. This guy is sweating and we're just talking about Star Trek fake money. Yeah. They're sweating and pooping themselves and crying a little bit, and we're talking about, we're counting our gold-pressed latinum. I like it, but I prefer the Halo CE M3 design. Oh yeah, I mean, the Halo Reach one isn't my favorite, but it's cool. It's cool looking. It's a cool looking assault rifle. To be honest, I don't think I've ever had, like, a favorite all-time assault rifle design. Maybe the Helldivers one? If that counts. Every single assault rifle has aspects of it that I like. But I don't think any single assault rifle has ever made me just go, perfect. I would not change a damn thing. The closest was the Helldiver's assault rifle. Halo 4 assault rifle is underrated. The Halo 4 one's cool. Like that Halo 5 design, Halo 4/Halo 5. Yeah, that's a good design too. Didn't the Reach assault rifle have a detachable ammo display that was part of the clip/mag? Like when you reloaded it, you'd throw away the old display and attach a new one? No, no, not at all. I don't know how that would happen. No, the Halo Reach assault rifle, the ammo display is on the top of it. And it's kind of like segmented. And you get the vibe that because of the Halo Reach design, you get the vibe that it's almost like a you could swap, you could like slide almost like a Switch, you know, like a Switch Joy-Con. You could slide the ammo counter off of it and then slide on something new like a holographic sight. Hell yeah, we won. I kind of wish the Infinite design kept the gray stripe from the E3 demo instead of the yellow one we got in the final build. I ultimately I'm happy with what they settled on for the final game's design. I know some people liked that Infinite, the E3 design for it. But I think it lacked depth. Like, I think this final design, there's a reason that Reach assault rifle Bungie went with that look. It's because it added just the right amount of extra detail via, like, color via decals and, like, stickers and stuff like that. And it was smart of them to go that route. Because I think if it was like this, you know, where it was just one solid color for the most part, it kind of would have looked like the demo, you know, where it's kind of flat looking. Here, in fact, I'll run this just in case I pick it up. Isn't Helldivers just the ODST, so the Halo 3 one? Sort of. I mean, it obviously that's what it's supposed to look like, but it is not the same model. They basically remade the model, but in high poly. So it is the best looking version of that model. Halo CE AR's peak. I like that the Halo CE AR feels so like beefy and gigantic. But sometimes that beefy giganticness, I'm like, I don't know how you could translate that into like high definition without it looking like silly, you know? Without it looking like actually like genuinely kind of goofy and low poly, unintentionally. You'd have to take some liberties with some of the aspects of it. I could also just be nitpicking at this point, because the CE one does look cool. There hasn't ever been an ugly-looking assault rifle. They all look great. The assault rifle is one of the weapons in Halo that has consistently, across every single game, looked awesome. It's just gone from, like, awesome design to awesome design. Everything in Halo Campaign Evolved looks like what you would find in Toys R Us, rather than what you would find in a war. Huh? I don't know if I could agree with that. Partially because Toys R Us isn't a thing anymore. But also, like, have you ever looked at, like, the plasma rifle from Halo 1? It's like bright blue, and then it has a big yellow stripe in the middle. Like, it's very silly looking. Even the Halo 5 assault rifle? Yeah, the Halo 5 assault rifle is fine. It's basically like a high poly, detailed version of the Halo 4 one. The CE assault rifle has a silhouette that feels just right, sort of like how the villains in Star Wars have identifiable silhouettes. Well, I think the Halo assault rifle, all of them have a very specific silhouette. The Halo CE assault rifle, it's a lot shorter, right, in terms of its length than some of the others. Yeah, it's a cool looking silhouette. Let me see if I can find the Halo 3 one. Because the Halo 3 one is basically the Halo Combat Evolved one, but it's short. It's like shorter and a little bit longer. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I feel like my favorite assault rifle, it is in there somewhere. If you were to take the Halo 3 one, the Halo 4 one, and the Combat Evolved one, and get 60% Combat Evolved, 60% Combat Evolved, 30% Halo 3, and 10% Halo 4. If you were to do that as the mixture, then I think you would have my favorite assault rifle in the Halo series. What I would do is I would take the Combat Evolved assault rifle is kind of the base. See if you can get some of the proportions and the green glowing stuff from the from the Halo 3 version, and then get the grip detail that they did for the Halo 4 one. And if you were to get that all in there, you would have a recipe for the best looking assault rifle. Where the hell is my team? Oh boy. Damn it. They nerfed the fire rate.
Enemy flag returned.
The matches were so sweaty for me. The Halo 5 assault rifle with the scopes attached look cursed, though. Yeah, no, those Halo 5 variants with, like, the red dot sight and the scope, like, all of that shit's very, very cursed. Very, very cursed.
Enemy flag returned.
Who is this? Is this Hidden Xperia's Spartan? Where's that little goober? That's who I was just chasing. I think he's dead. Oops. Ah, damn it. Okay.
Enemy flag returned.
Anyone else think the Halo 6 announcer always sounded like Inspector Gadget? What? Wait, huh? First of all, what's Halo 6? And then second of all, why would they switch from Jeff Steitzer to Inspector Gadget? Hot take, I like the Bulldog because it's useful in infection given the rate of fire. See, I don't like it because it's too good. I wouldn't say it's useful, I'd say it's easy. in Infection. I think the old shotgun took more skill in Infection. Ravager charge up should be a Spartan laser instead of the flame area of effect. I like the flame area of effect. I think that has more interesting mechanical utility. Because the Spartan laser charge up is just a no fun allowed. Like a you don't have a vehicle anymore button.
10 seconds.
I think that the area of effect charge up, they need to shorten the charge up time a little bit.
Sudden death.
Halo 6 meaning Halo Infinite. Oh, okay. Both Spartan Laser and Ravager in the same game. Yeah, sure, why not? Come on, Uni. Get out of there, buddy. Alright. The issue mostly with the shotgun, I think, is, like, during Halo Reach, but mostly Halo 4, and then egregiously Halo 5, the shotgun started to present some, like, problems, at least in terms of balancing. And it's mostly, like, a byproduct of, like, not to get into the debates, but Sprint. In the past Halo games, moving forward was the same speed as moving backwards, but then with Sprint, moving forwards is faster than moving backwards. So in the classic Halo games, if somebody's coming at you with a shotgun, there's a counter. Walk backwards and then just shoot them in the head as they bumble on up to you, you know, chasing you with that shotgun. You can't really do that in Halo games with Sprint. If a guy has a shotgun and he's sprinting at you, you can't back up. Like, that's not going to work. He's going to gain on you very fast. And then he's going to kill you with that shotgun. And that caused a lot of problems in Halo 4 and Halo 5. Where they're essentially, if somebody was chasing at you with a shotgun, there was no encounter to stop them. To get them away from you, get them to back off. I love you.
Flag return.
So it's just sort of like a... Like, I don't think it's the worst or the biggest deal in the world, but that's partially some of the balancing of the Bulldog. The reason that they went that route was make something that's a little bit easier to use, but also does less damage. Because Sprint ain't going nowhere. What's the reason we never got to fly the Pelican aside from that one mission in Halo 4? It was never really a priority, I guess. You know? Sorry I never got back to you on Discord, says Talcha. It's alright, it's alright. The Bulldog would feel more classic without the front grip. See, what I would want for the Bulldog is less... I don't mind the front grip. Like, the Bulldog should have its own profile, you know? What I would do to the Bulldog is I'd give it the goddamn glowing sights. Like, I would give it the same glowing sights that the shotgun traditionally has, you know? Just to establish a bit of tech continuity. I feel like the reason that at least 343's, like, something I'm really happy about with the new art director at Halo Studios is he seems to not mind glowing sights. As you can see in the demo for Campaign Evolved. I mean, God, the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle, or the Campaign Evolved Assault Rifle has glowing lights all over it. It looks like a goddamn Christmas tree. But the Magnum also has glowing sights. And the thing, though, about the 343 Industries, the prior art team, is they really didn't like glowing bits on the UNSC weapons. And I feel like part of that was probably them worried that it would look too, like, video gamey to have, like, all these little, like, glowing decals on guns. Is the Bulldog auto or pump? It's automatic. You can hold down the trigger and it'll keep firing. Skewer totally brought a new set of skill curves to master and a replacement for budget reasons, but honestly... Well, it wasn't a replacement for budget reasons. Budget had nothing to do with the Skewer. The reason that Halo Infinite has so many new weapons was we were told that, you know, they were thinking, all right, Halo's a little long in the tooth. Halo Infinite's supposed to be a reboot for the franchise, and there's a couple of things. So... people know all of the Halo favorites. You know, people have, like, the Halo guns that they like and that they're very used to. And we want to introduce a bunch of new weapons to the Halo series. Another thing is also, because so many people are familiar with Halo, and Halo hasn't really changed that much in terms of its, you know, like, you spawn, look for the weapon drops, you know, get them, rockets, you know, like, all of, you know how to play Halo. They wanted Halo Infinite to be a game that old veteran players and new players learned at the same time. So, introduce a bunch of new guns to the Halo franchise and introduce a whole set of new skills for both veterans and new players to learn so that everybody is learning the game at the same time. And that is what motivated the weapon sandbox refresh for Halo Infinite. Yeah, and the Skewer obviously took the role of, like, this is the weapon that you want to use for taking down vehicles. I mean, there's other gadgets you can use. You know, you can use, like, EMP weapons. You can use EMP grenades and stuff, but, you know, the Skewer is definitely a good anti-vehicle weapon. The Skewer would be perfect if Infinite had more gamey physics, like Halo CE or Halo 3. Yeah, I agree. Oh, gamey physics like Halo 3 specifically. Yeah, I agree. If Halo Infinite is a reboot of Halo, is Campaign Evolved sort of a reboot like Resident Evil 2? The way that I describe Campaign Evolved is it is somewhere between a remake and Resident Evil 2. It's closer, or it's similar to somewhere between a re-release and Resident Evil 2, leaning more towards re-release in terms of faithfulness to the story, at least it seems. In fact, before what we saw, you know, I was expecting this remake to be a lot heavier. Like, I was expecting completely new script, with completely new dialogue, everything, you know? Even possibly recast characters. I was not expecting even Foehammer to have the same voice lines and everything. Like, of all the characters, I was expecting, like, nobody cares about Foehammer. In the executive wing, surely they're gonna recast Foehammer. But they didn't, even Foehammer. Even Foehammer's the original voice. So I think, as far as canon, it's going to fall into, like, the stuff that the remake is going to introduce to the story will fit seamlessly, probably, into the canon. Like, you could play Combat Evolved and still appreciate the things Campaign Evolved added to the story. And, like, neither decanonizes the other. If that makes sense. How would they have added the plasma rifle into Infinite using the kit bash system? Good question. It could have either been a needler. No, not a needler. It couldn't be a needler. It would have had to be the pulse carbine, right? The pulse carbine is a weird substitute for the plasma rifle. Well, I think the pulse carbine, what they probably were going for was, I think that the pulse carbine was a weapon that was designed as campaign first. Because in an open world environment, the engagement ranges are a hell of a lot longer than they used to be. So I think what they were probably thinking is like, okay, the players can be strafing around, they're going to be zipping around and all of this stuff. Elites are probably going to begin shooting at them at like 75 meters, you know, or more. They gave the elites basically plasma rifles that have a consistent firing pattern that you can predict. It's always going to come in those bursts. And those bursts are going to have weak tracking to them so that, you know, if the bursts had no tracking, then those elites would never, ever hit you. So what they would have to do is they'd have to compensate for it by doing the Halo 5 thing and speeding up the projectiles a lot. What they landed on was the pulse carbine. You know, they track you so that there's danger. They come in bursts so you can predict the firing pattern of the enemy. But the tracking is weak enough that you can dodge it. Damn it. Many of the weapon models in the shop would have made great new weapon sandbox items. I wouldn't say many, I'd say most. It's such a missed opportunity, man. Like that banished pistol, that could have been a new gun of some kind. I've killed people with the pulse carbine, and it's not bad. Yeah, the pulse carbine is not nearly as bad as people think. It's just, you gotta use it at medium to long range. It really is not good at close range. You can use it at close range, but there are better alternatives, but it shines most at medium to longish range. I find Squad Battle is the playlist where the pulse carbine is able to really like flex its muscles. Kind of funny if one of the Halo games being made is a mobile game. I hope they're making a mobile game. Like not in a don't you guys have phones kind of, you know, like not to be like that. Like so at HCS I was chatting with a buddy and we were nostalgically reminiscing about COD Mobile when it launched. Like not, you know, what it is now. More like when it launched and it was essentially like Call of Duty 4 with Black Ops guns, if you remember. And it's like, that was cool. That was fun. You know, playing on classic Call of Duty 4 maps, some Black Ops 2 maps and stuff. I know Call of Duty is like, Call of Duty Mobile is a completely different beast now, but like, it would be cool to have like a Halo mobile that feels like Halo 3, you know, and you can play on like maps from Halo 1 through to 4. Like, that would be fun, right? Pulse Carbine doesn't really feel like a plasma rifle replacement when fighting against it in the campaign, in my opinion. That's okay, because it's not supposed to replace it. It's supposed to be a new weapon that kind of fills a similar role of, like, it's the alien rifle that they shoot at you and it's blue plasma, you know? It's like a familiar sight with new mechanics. What's TT doing?
He's just looking.
So, Halo Online? Not Halo Online. Like, I'm talking it plays like classic Halo. Because Halo Online was Halo 3 with sprint and loadouts. And microtransactions. I'm talking like it just straight up is classic Halo. Like, maybe you could have Clamber, you know, to assist with jumps on, like, a mobile device. But that would be fun, right? Like, you could have your console stuff, which is more of, like, the modern Halo. But then Halo Mobile would be more of, like a classic type game. So hard for me to find Halo toys and comics at my local Walmart. Oh, you're probably not gonna have much luck, man. They don't really do Halo toys anymore. I wonder if we'll see... Ugh, excuse me. Got something caught in my throat. Wonder if we'll see more UNSC tech used by the Banished in future campaigns. Huh? No, I'm out. Yeah, could I? Thank you, baby. I don't think I like the aliens using the UNSC tech. Like, the reason the brutes used shotguns in Halo 2 is because they didn't have the resources left to give them, you know, a more fleshed out arsenal. Oh, thank you, baby. As far as the Banished stuff in the campaign, I appreciate that they rarely spawned with it, but even then, it was kind of lame when you'd be, you know, you're on the UNSC team and you're fighting against UNSC weapons. I don't know, it would have been cool seeing a brute wielding a mauler instead of just like a bulldog. You good? Yeah, you know how just like sometimes you swallow incorrectly? And it sucks. Halo Mobile, I wonder how they would be able to work out the vehicles, because COD Mobile has vehicles. Well, I think they'd be able to work out the vehicles easily. I mean, Halo already does it, you know? COD Mobile, or Call of Duty never did vehicles. Or at least it never actually honestly put thought into vehicles. Oh, little egg. That's the puppy. Yeah, why don't they do Halo toys anymore? Because Halo Infinite was kind of a flop.
I took him out. I fed him. I got all the packages. I got baby wipes.
Yeah?
I got Bunny's food.
Beautiful.
And he's still yelling.
And you're still yelling, Iggy.
And I uploaded a Warthog.
Hell yeah.
I'm just waiting for Laper's
For Laper's thumbnail? Did you give Warthog a title?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And a description?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god, you rock.
It said Halo Infinite's final update announced. Also, what is up with BO7?
Beautiful.
Put in episode 15 of Warthog Radio.
Guys, new Warthog radio's up.
No, not yet. Late Night Halo and Laper are going to talk about Halo Infinite.
King of the Hill.
If you want to make it live.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay. Guys, new Warthog radio is up.
It's about
Bork. Hi, doggy. Hi, baby. Look, he's still staring. What is it, buddy? What is it? Are you a good one? Are you on the bed? Are you on the bed, Kiki? What are you doing on the bed? Are you doing the bed?
Hill incoming.
That's him.
Hill ready.
Imagine in a future Halo media we get to see the elites mix with each other, like Halo 3 Reach Face mixed with Halo 2 Anniversary, etc. Ay, 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 ay. You should do a Black Ops 7 campaign playthrough live. Well, okay. See, that's like, haha, like Black Ops 7 is bad, and it would be hilarious to play it and laugh at it. But I don't want to reward bad behavior, you know? Like, their campaign looks like shit, and I don't want to be like, haha, this game's really bad, I should buy it. If I were to ever get access to Black Ops 7, it would be via a used copy. Because I don't want them to see a new sale, you know? Every time someone gifts or subs or donates, you feed him a treat. That's a good idea. I don't know if we have treats, though. Because he, as you can see, he's quite round and obese. And he ate them all. You know, that person earlier who said the gray stripe would be cool, I totally take back everything I said. The assault rifle actually looks pretty dope black. I think what I was confused by was the, or not confused by, fooled by, was the lack of, was the poor materials from that Craig demo. Yeah, the assault rifle looks pretty neat, all black.
Enemy team took the hill.
So you were right, I was wrong, I take back everything I said. Like, that looks pretty neat. Oh boy. I showed someone my fan idea for a Warthog radio mascot, and after they listened to one of the episodes, I got called a dumbass for making a podcast. What? Why would someone do that? Who? Where?
so rude.
Yeah, that's so fucking rude.
I'm literally making merch for Warthog video.
Enemy
Yeah.
about to score.
Mascot is very
Yeah. That's fun. A mascot? What is the mascot? Absolutely surreal to see Infinite finally wrapping up, though through all the ups and downs, it was a game I enjoyed a lot that took me through some rough times, very bittersweet stuff. Yeah, Halo Infinite, I remember the night that I got access to the campaign, and
Hill control.
I was in a very different spot in my life than I am now. It went through a lot of personal growth, a lot of personal changes, and, you know, Halo Infinite had a lot of stressful times, but it also had a lot of good times, and Halo Infinite did ultimately
Hill control.
give me through some rough patches. Did I just hear him go, arf? Yes, I did. Okay, he's screaming now in the other room. F! F! Hell yeah. Okay, Warthog Radio is now going up to Spotify. Exceptional aiming, Laval. Black Ops 7 would be incredible if they had Duke Nukem taking the piss out of it. Increasingly bonkers scenes. No, that would make Black Ops... Like, okay. Duke Nukem, in my opinion, is not funny. Duke Nukem, in fact, drains humor from every single game that he's in. I've never found Duke Nukem funny. And if Duke Nukem was added to Black Ops 7, it would be... Like, Black Ops 7 is already stupid. It would be intolerable if Duke Nukem was in it.
Hill control. the hill.
He is staring at me and screaming. This is after dinner, the dog usually goes crazy and is like, play with me, play with me. And if we ignore him, then he just starts screaming. Tickle, tickle.
Enemy team
Don't you Hufflepuff at me. Oh, his eye is still red.
hill ready.
Yeah, he's got some sort of some sort of eye booger bug. We just gotta put an eye drop in there.
Control.
Updates ending really do illustrate how much time has passed. Feels like I blinked and went from 17 and hyped for the game to 21 years old seeing it. Lamau. Yeah, it's, you know, people like to say Halo finite, am I right? And I'm like, hey, 4 years for a live service game that quote-unquote failed is pretty damn good, all things considering. Like, a lot of time, like, it's been almost half a decade of Halo Infinite, you know?
Enemy team took the hill.
I want to kill Brett with the assault rifle because I know it'll make him mad. After seeing the Black Ops 7 campaign, I think we all owe an apology to COD Ghosts, Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, World War II, and Black Ops 4. No, hang on. COD Ghosts does not get an apology because COD Ghosts campaign sucks so bad. Advanced Warfare has a good campaign, so no apology is needed. Black Ops 3, the campaign was kind of bad for reasons not in... Well, no, it was definitely in their control. They had a bad, overly ambitious idea for their campaign and had to walk it back. So it is kind of their fault. But they don't get an apology for it. Infinite Warfare's campaign's good. World War II's campaign is good. Like, Call of Duty World War II, I think is... Folks gotta remember that, like, what World at War was to us, COD World War II was for a new generation of gamers that had never played a World War II shooter before. It introduced them to the Second World War. And I think it was okay. I didn't play it, because I'm like... I already know what this is. I've played so many World War II shooters. And Black Ops 4 was stupid. So I don't think it needs an apology either. Infinite Warfare is just a Halo ripoff. It's surprisingly not. It's surprisingly not. I used to be part of the hate train, but I've played good chunks of the campaign, and it's not very Halo-y. The aesthetic especially isn't very Halo-y. Even though, like, we've seen, you know, some of the surface level stuff, like the Pelican and whatnot, the game takes more inspiration from, like, NASA Punk than it does Halo for its military gear. Like, it's like, what if NASA became part of the armed forces, you know? World War II Zombies was so fun. Oh, dude, World War II Zombies is so good. Call of Duty World War II Zombies mode is so good. Not gonna lie, no shade to Emma Kagan, but she kind of reminds me of the default Mass Effect Andromeda female Ryder. Is that just me? I can't really remember Ryder from Mass Effect Andromeda. But Kagan, Emma Kagan in Black Ops 7 looks... It's like embarrassing that they thought that that was a good idea for a villain. Emma Kagan does not look like an evil tech CEO. She does not act like an evil tech CEO. And the tattoos are just so bad looking. It's just like the aesthetic doesn't work. I don't... It's just the art direction of Black Ops 7 is not great. I don't know what... I don't know what happened. I have a theory on what happened. My theory is that Black Ops 7 was not exactly made side by side with Black Ops 6. My theory is that Black Ops 7 was very much a Modern Warfare 3 situation where the game was hastily assembled from something, some project. Because I'm sorry, like that campaign, I do not think that it was genuinely a campaign that took 4 years to make. Something happened. Something happened, and I hope that the real story comes out someday, because Black Ops 7 is, like, shocking. Shocking in how much shit misses the point. Kagan looks like she'd be one of the good guys. Kagan looks like a robot. Like, Kagan doesn't look like a human being. It's like an alien or something. Like, I'm just no. You know? Very bad character design. Like, I watched all the cutscenes, by the way, for Black Ops 7. Because I was like, what is this? And it's bad. It's a very bad, stupid story. Really good lighting on this map.
Hill control. Your team score. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Hill control.
Oop. Damn it. Oh, I got hit by the train. There's no way Black Ops 7 isn't a hastily put together DLC retrofit. Just so confused as to why COD would consistently chain together installments of their sub-series otherwise. I just bought a Black Ops game. You mean huh? People are weird, man. Black Ops Cold War was Black Ops 5. It's... Okay, can we talk about something? It's very, 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 very stupid that they called Black Ops 6 Black Ops 6 despite there never being a video game called Black Ops 5. It's extremely stupid, in my opinion. Black Ops 6 should have been called Black Ops 5. Or they should have called it Black Ops 9 or something. Or Black Ops Fuck You. Give me money. It's stupid. And Black Ops 7, it's dumb that they're calling... It's like, the direct sequel to Black Ops 2. Black Ops 7. It's so fucking stupid. Call of Duty sucks, man. Modern Call of Duty. At least the Black Ops sub-series kind of sucks. Yeah, the back-to-back stuff. Could someone maybe inform me on what happened with the timelines? Because there was theoretically supposed to be a 3-year development cycle. It's Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer, Treyarch. And that would be it. You'd get, each development studio would get a 3-year development cycle. One of the studios fell apart. I think it was Sledgehammer and Raven. And so Treyarch and Raven worked together to assemble what work had been done to make Black Ops Cold War. Then in 2 years, Sledgehammer assembled COD Vanguard. By that point, you'd be back on track, right?
Enemy about to score.
Right? Like, you'd kind of be back on track. You'd be, back on the 3-year loop. Modern Warfare 2 comes out.
Enemy team
But
scored.
then,
Hill incoming.
for some reason, Treyarch didn't have like a Call of Duty ready or something, and so Modern Warfare 2 DLC was turned into Modern Warfare 3. So you get back-to-back Modern Warfare games. Now Black Ops 6 comes out. Treyarch has had 4 years to work on a Black Ops game. Surely the next one would be Modern Warfare 4, right? It's not. It's another Black Ops game. Where's Infinity Ward? Are they also getting 4 years to develop their game? I'm just like, I don't know, why suddenly now have they jumped to the studios are getting 4 years to work on their games, and they're doing these, like, you get a main game that sucks, but it had a shit ton of money put into it, and then you get the spin-off thing that was made with, like, no budget and no time. Or not even a spin-off game, you get a direct follow-up that was made with no budget and no time. I don't understand what's happening right now, what the
Hill control.
development cycle is. It's just like, it doesn't make sense to me right now, what's going on. Maybe someone can explain it. The Commando skin looks like a perfect dark gun, I love it. Yeah, the Commando looks cool. This thing. Here, let me, Ah. That was rude.
Enemy about to score.
See if we can go get another Commando. Uh-oh. Well, I guess we'll spawn near one. Thinking 4 years because games take longer.
Hill control.
But Call of Duty developers have demonstrated that they have the ability to work really fast under pressure. You know? Like, okay, haha, Modern Warfare 3, haha, Call of Duty Vanguard. Like, okay, get the jokes out of your system. They were able to release a $70 video game with a zombies mode, multiplayer modes, lots of maps, and a full campaign
Hill.
in like 2 or less than 2 years of development cycle. Like
Hill control.
Cold War, Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3, like, it's impressive. They've demonstrated that they can do it, that they can turn around really quickly and produce games. Like, whether you think that the games are good or not is kind of besides the point. So why the fuck suddenly are they like, no, we actually need 4 years? And I don't know, like, Modern Warfare 2... Or, no, Black Ops 6, I don't see the 4 years in Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6 visually looked exactly like Modern Warfare 2. Was a lot buggier than Modern Warfare 2. And had less maps than Vanguard. And it had, like, 2 zombies maps. And they both were kind of shit. Like, I don't see how 4 years gave them more to work with, because the quality bar is almost exactly the same as Call of Duty games that had 3-year development cycles.
Enemy team took the hill.
Maybe it's just me. What's going on, Twitch chat? I see you guys aren't chatting that much. Participate. I'm reading you guys as well.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Damn it.
Your team about to score.
Black Ops 3 should have been the sequel to Black Ops 2, but what can I say? Train Go Boom.
Your team scored.
Train Go Boom was stupid.
Hill ready.
I was casually ignored. You were not casually ignored. You were deliberately ignored.
Took the hill.
Oh, hell yeah. I got enabled. LNG, do you think the next Halo multiplayer will be free like Halo Infinite? It seems like the current trend is folks are going for the $40 multiplayer release, right? Like, let's ignore Concord. Let's pretend Concord never happened, all right? You got Arc Raiders, you got, you know, Marathon, which I think is still happening. You've also got... Good. Double. You've also got Helldivers.
Enemy team took the hill.
The Shih Tzu baby talk will continue unless Twitch participation improves. Oh, your baby. Oh, your baby Shih Tzu. I set melee to left trigger. It feels like a fighting game. Left trigger? What did you set left trigger? That's grenade button, right? What did you set that to? That's crazy. What are your controls then? Yeah, I'd rather wait 4 to 5 year Halo releases than an annual COD. Well, I don't know. You know, with Halo Infinite, we had to wait 6 years for the game to come out. You know? Come out. We had to wait 6 years for the game to come out, and it still launched feature incomplete and kind of like broken, buggy, and busted.
Enemy team took the hill.
Apparently, 80,000 people played the NDA Marathon Beta, so I don't know what's going on for Marathon. Apparently, the Marathon Beta was, like, the recent NDA'd one is pretty decent, people have said. Late Night Shih Tzu. Hell yeah. Grenade to right bumper and zoom to right... To right trigger? Like classic... Zoom on the right trigger. Like the button you use to shoot? Oh, right thumbstick to zoom. Okay, gotcha. Okay. LNG, you have to understand. I used to watch M3R... Merc music back in the heyday. Now I don't anymore because of controversial reasons, i.e. C is GF. I miss rewatching Merc's old BO3 era videos. Is he like a COD content creator? How are the COD content creators dealing with Black Ops 7? Because it seems rough, man. It seems real rough out there. Like, some of them are coping extremely hard. And I feel, like, really, really, really bad for them. They're ending it now? Okay. Okay, they are ending the play session. So you know what that means, guys. That means we can have fun on our own. Leave. Transitioning. What's going on? Like, I know how to fix all these multiplayer related shenanigans. I sent you the mascot idea for the Warthog Radio boss. Oh, I appreciate it. I'm gonna check it out. Okay, and once I've loaded into the tutorial, all you have to do is leave out, and that usually fixes any matchmaking related issues. Yeah, Merc is a COD content creator. Okay. Is he like a super clickbaity one? Like one of the, like, today, guys, we're going to be dropping $300 in the Call of Duty store, and we're going to be ranking what the best bundle is. Whoa, I really like the look of this one. I love the glowing and the skull and the fire. Oh, this is going to look so cool. Let's take it into Warzone and see what kind of damage we can do. Yo, and then, bro, this guy's totally hacking. How was that? Is my impression of a Call of Duty content creator? Was that good? I feel like that was good. Let's go into... What would be fun? Let's do some quick play. Merc actually focuses on the multiplayer. He does, okay. Amazing. Never do it again, except for April Fools. Oh, he only focuses on the multiplayer. So he would essentially, would he be like the kind of like, you know how the video starts super zoomed in and then and it zooms out and then, hey guys, today we're going to be doing a community-made build. We're going to be running the FR-47 Blackbird weapon with this blah, blah, blah scope. Not going to lie, this loadout totally sucks, but if you think that I do, well, remember to smash the like button. Also, hype the video because it helps with the channel. Today, let's take this first spin. All right, we're loading up some Nuketown domination and blah, blah. Is that good? Was that good? Did I get somebody to shut off the stream because it was so annoying? If I did, then I think I did a good job. It was a good impression. Heard like maybe only 5% of Half-Life 1 scientists in there. Today we're going to be checking out the Black Ops 7 campaign. Goodness gracious, Gordon. Nuketown again. You've got the eyes down? Oh, like the crazy wide. Playing the Delta Particles Half-Life mod / campaign. It's set in the Black Mesa Delta Labs, a different area Gordon Freeman didn't visit. Do you play as Gordon? Oh my god, that is so forbidden. Most of them are shills, and there's always next year for them if the game is bad that year. It's definitely a grind. Okay, that's something that I've learned about the Call of Duty community, and it gave me like kind of a newfound respect for them. They aren't genuinely like that. Like there is a bit of a science to it. Keeping those energy levels up and making sure to stay on top of trends and adapt on the fly. Editing for a Call of Duty YouTuber was very difficult, having to learn basically the intricacies. The Resonance Cascade caused a quantum split between our universe and the one where Black Ops 7 was good. Yeah, unfortunately, we ended up in the timeline where Black Ops 7 was a pile of shit. God, I could not believe how bad some of the story stuff in Black Ops 7 was. It felt like it wasn't... It felt like it was written by people and designed by people who were shown images and memes of Black Ops, but don't really, like, understand Black Ops. You know? Oof. Well. LNG, you should create a YouTube sub-channel called Half-Life 1 Scientist Plays. Now look at this, Gordon. We're gonna take this sniper rifle, and then we're gonna take these fuckers to town. Watch this no-scope, Gordon.
Lost the lead.
Good to see you, Gordon. I bought $200 worth of card points, but I put it on the Black Mesa company card. At least a few of the set pieces looked cool, aside from how they're strung together with a plot made of butcher's twine. It just, like, doesn't... my god, I really do not like abstract, it was all in your mind type stuff, because the most creative thing that game companies can come up with for a it's all in your mind abstract game world is it's a solid, coherent landmass that is floating in a void on an island. And there's a couple more islands floating nearby. And maybe an object that is normally small is now big. And that's like the most creative thing they can come up with. And so I saw Black Ops 7 and it's like, what is this? Well, feel the fear, David Mason. Your inner fears will be exposed. And it's like a machete, but giant, on a floating landmass in a void. And I'm like, oh my god, it's one of these fucking games. The only game to ever do it was all in your mind well is Alan Wake 2. You know, apparently in the Call of Duty universe, a scary hallucination drug trip is you get to play a prior Black Ops level on a floating island in a void, and you get to fight some zombies assets that they have from the zombies mode. And then Michael Rooker becomes a giant boss battle that you have to shoot. Islands are not incoherent. Dreamscapes are supposed to be weird, incoherent landscapes. Yeah, like, it's... like, you know how in a dream... In a dream, details don't really make sense, and they don't have any kind of coherency to them. Like, you could go into the bathroom, and you've got to take the elevator to get to the bathroom, and the bathroom is past the library. You know, the library upstairs in your house. Like, that's the kind of shit. Like, and then you use the bathroom, and you open the door, and suddenly you're at the metro station. And you're like, well, of course I'm at the metro station. I've got to catch the bus at the metro station. That's why I'm here. Like, dreams are very, very incoherent, and if you, like... even, like, numbers are really, really hard to nail down in a dream. Like, you look down and count the number of fingers you have on your hand. Sometimes you have 3 fingers. Sometimes you have 6. Like, it doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't follow any kind of logic. So it's so fucking annoying in these Black Ops campaigns. Specifically, they are Black Ops campaigns that are doing these now, where their idea of, like, a hallucinogenic drug trip is... the world is coherent, you can look at books on a shelf and read the titles of all the books, the assets stay the same, everything is exactly the same and coherent, you can go into buildings, check out what they have, leave the buildings, and the world is exactly the same, you know, light, sunlight, all of it looks relatively normal. But what makes it crazy is that sometimes some rocks are floating. And then a zombie spawns from the zombie mode. Whoa, that's so abstract and dreamlike. And then you've got to use a grappling hook. And whoa, that zombie has a health bar and it's bigger than the other ones. Isn't this just like a dream?
Enemy team nearing victory.
Dream logic, I need to heal my injuries, so I will smash potion bottles on my head to restore my HP. No, not even that. Like, dream logic would be, I need to heal my injuries, so I must go to the fridge to get out the telephone so I can call my friend to remind him that we have a tour at the museum in the morning. That would be dream logic. Like, there would be no through line. There would be no, continuity. You just forget things constantly. Like, it's rare, it's very rare for, like, a dream to have, like, continuity and, like, structure to it. Because if your dream loses focus, even for a second, like, that's it. The plot of your dream has changed. I once had a dream where there was a zombie apocalypse happening, and I had to barricade the downstairs, only for me to look outside for too long, and now suddenly I had Spider-Man web powers, and I could swing in New York, and it was a lot of fun. I guess the zombie apocalypse is over, and I guess I'm no longer in Virginia, but New York. Hallway with a dead end. You turn around, another dead end. Turn around again, jump scare. Whoa! Yeah, you know it. It's always the same. I hate the dialogue too, cringe-inducing. Oh, so I haven't seen gameplay of the campaign. Does it also do this? Okay, it's this annoying fuck-ass thing that I hate in modern games. At least modern shooters, because they're the ones that do it. And I think they do it because they're lazy. Does it do the thing where you're on your own, and in the top, what would it be on your screen? It would be top right normally. I guess it would be like right here then. A little character portrait pops up, and you're the of the radio, and it's, wow, this place is so dreamlike and abstract. I wonder how we got here. And then the thing goes away, and then another character portrait comes up, and I don't know what you're talking about, but this place seems kind of crazy. Maybe we can use it to our advantage. And then the character portrait goes away. Like, you've got like this War of the Worlds radio drama happening over your gameplay. Like, you're shooting guys, and there's constantly a character portrait. And it's like, where are you? How are you seeing this? Why are you guys talking like you're with me? In my opinion, in first-person shooters, radios should be outlawed for the next 5 years until developers figure out how to integrate them in a way that isn't just like character portrait pops up, you know? Like, no more... No, you guys have lost your radio privileges as a narrative device. You can have them back when you've figured out how to have character dialogue that isn't just me, like, running around like a meathead shooting guys with, like, a radio drama playing over it, you know? War of the Worlds like Ice Cube? No, like the radio drama. Not like Ice Cube. But Ice Cube isn't far from it. Yeah, how the fuck does that work? Was David Mason hallucinating all his friends the whole time? Or did all 4 of them share the same dream? Well, okay. Black Ops 7 actually does try to explain... So immediately, I was like, my bullshit alarms are going off. Like, how the hell are they all having the exact same dream and the exact same dream consistency? And basically what they've established is that all 4 of the squad members are linked with a chip in their brain. So when one of them hallucinates, they all hallucinate. But what I'm thinking is like, okay, if you are so disconnected from reality that you're seeing like dead relatives, or you're time traveling back to different periods because of how vivid the hallucinations are, how are you still doing like the reloading, like disassembling the gun meticulously because you remember every single detail about how the gun, like, wouldn't the gun, you'd look at it and it's a gun, you'd look away, you'd look back, and you'd have like a pool noodle. Like, you're hallucinating so vividly that your ability to comprehend reality is compromised. But somehow your gun and the mechanisms of your gun are temporally stable? Like, I feel like whatever you're carrying would be one of the first things to kind of fall apart at the seams in terms of, like, consistency and logic, right?
Enemy has the ball.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's stupid. Call of Duty needs to stop with the, like, lame attempt at dreamscape sequences, because they don't... They're stupid. They're bad, you know? Like... How did someone manage to chip all 4 of the operators? The reason that they all are chipped is because of, well, okay, the lore of Black Ops. You know, the same lore that establishes that, in Black Ops 3, these ZNI chips become a thing that, like, soldiers are outfitted with. Despite, I don't think it makes much sense within the timeline, because by Black Ops 4, they don't have DNI stuff, right? So why is prototype DNI stuff in the Black Ops 7 campaign? I don't know. But that's the explanation. So they're outfitted with these chips because it's what soldiers are being outfitted with. And it's just their excuse for 4 players to share a hallucination together. And what's also, like, annoying is, the other members of the squad, whenever there's a hallucination... You know, it's one guy's hallucination who brings them into this world full of, like, zombies and bosses with health bars and loot to gather. But the other squad members are like, bro, you gotta snap out of it. None of this is real. But then the other guy is like, no, we need to, oh my god, I'm reliving the past. Oh my god, it's so traumatic. I need you guys to help me overcome my trauma. And I'm like, all right, give me your weapon. You are relieved from command. Your ability to make decisions has been compromised. Like, there's like this moment where David Mason, he sees Woods, actually Woods, who is canonically dead in this campaign, and just Woods is back, and he's like, David, you gotta save me, or whatever. And then David Mason, who is the commander of the squad, is like, you know, they're in a room with, like, an important thing that they need. They, like, need it. They need to guard this room or something, or get the thing. But then David hears this version of Woods because he's hallucinating. You know, Woods is dead, and he's like, come on, we gotta go rescue Woods. And they're like, dude, Woods is dead and has been dead for a while. And he's like, we've gotta get Woods. Come on. And they just follow him. And it's like, okay, they're lucid enough to understand that it's not real. Why are they just going with him? Like, what are they doing? Are they, like, in the real world, what do they look like? Are they running around like an alley somewhere and, like, throwing rocks at each other as they like, what's going on? It's just none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. It's stupid. It is a lazy way for them to have stupid Call of Duty mobile-esque wacky boss battles and, like, fantasy elements and zombies and dragons, and it's just stupid. It's very, very stupid. And I hope the backlash to Black Ops 7, like, kind of ends. Like, I feel like Black Ops has started to get a little bit too confident lately with being wacky and out there. And by wacky and out there, I mean having ugly cosmetics and a dreamscape level where you fight a bunch of zombies and it's set on a floating landmass, where everything has a lot of structural integrity and coherence and logic to it. I hope that the backlash to Black Ops 7 scares them away from this stuff, because I always thought it was very stupid in the Black Ops campaigns. And I'm glad now that they finally seem to have gone too far. Damn it. Rest in peace, Frank Woods. He lived from 1930 to 2030. Wait, Frank Woods was 104 years old? What the fuck? Didn't the guy smoke? To be honest, there doesn't really need to be a story in a first-person shooter game. I disagree completely. I disagree so completely with that. Like, first-person shooters have great stories. We're playing the Halo series, for Christ's sake. Call of Duty used to have good stories. Don't make excuses for them. They should know better. Hear me out. A steampunk COD game. Sure, go ahead. Make a steampunk COD game. At least that would have, like, more... It would take more effort to make a steampunk COD game because you'd have to invent fictional history than just, like, hand-waving as, like, it's a drug sequence. I don't care. Put some zombies in it.
Strongholds.
Why does Infinite Multiplayer seem to use Forge maps at this point? Well, it's because most of the maps right now in matchmaking are Forge maps. You know, game's been out for like 4 years, and Forge endlessly generates content. Just endless content. You know, a lot faster than dev maps can be made. So it stands to reason, at least, that you'd, at the end of the game's lifespan, you'd have way more Forge maps than dev maps. This one, though, is not a Forge map. Call of Duty seems to be like Bond, starting grounded and then getting to peak silly like Die Another Day to Casino Royale, where it became grounded again. The problem is, I don't know what they can do now as far as, like, being grounded, because the Modern Warfare reboot, I think, has kind of run its course a little bit. Like, Modern Warfare 4 is apparently going to be set in South Korea. You know, and the stylization of it is that the number 4 is going to, you know, rather than Modern Warfare 4 with the number 4, it's going to be the Korean symbol for 4. But I don't know, like, oh my god, like, are they going to have, like, Captain Price, you know? Is, like, Captain Price going to be sitting there with his fucking fishing hat, and is he going to be, like, holding an M4, and it's going to have a red dot sight or something, and is he going to go, ka-ching! You know, and then it's going to say Modern Warfare. Like, are we still doing this?
Bravo 6, go dark, Task Force 141.
You know, and then there's going to be a guy with a knife sneaking up on him, and then, phew, like, he's going to get shot in the head, and Captain Price is going to turn around, and he's going to be like,
go work.
And then it's going to show that Ghost was up there, you know, in like a building, and he was providing Overwatch, and he's going to be like, Foop. Like, are they still doing this? I don't care about Modern Warfare 4. Like, Black Ops sucks now. Modern Warfare is overplayed. The next Call of Duty game is going to be Modern Warfare 4. What else can they do? It's almost like Call of Duty has kind of screwed itself over by doing these back-to-back Black Ops and Modern Warfare games and tying them all together in this Modern Warfare Warzone reboot thing. New characters. But, like, just new all of them do that, though. All of these, like, back-to-back Modern Warfare games and Black Ops games have new characters. They're all about new characters. Like, Black Ops 7 is 70% new characters. It just sucks. They can have as many new characters as they want. It's still just another one of these Modern Warfare or Black Ops games. I don't know what they could do, honestly. They could even go like, oh my god, guys, we're being groundy and groundy. We're being groundy again. We're being grounded and gritty again. And it's like, oh, cool. I wonder how long this will last for, you know? Modern Warfare 2019, it took you guys less than a year to start adding the, like, the neon green laser tracing rounds and, like, Leatherface and stuff. I wonder if you guys can make it to a full year this time before you add the silly cosmetics. Black Ops 7 already has magical guns with dragons flying around them. FPS campaigns are bad. No. He didn't say FPS campaigns are bad. He said their stories are not needed for them. Meanwhile, we have Halo CE, Halo 2, Halo 3, ODST 4, in my opinion, Black Ops 1 and 2, and Modern Warfare to Modern Warfare 3, Modern Warfare 2019, Far Cry 3 and 4. I mean, I wouldn't say Far Cry 3's story is good. That story's pretty fucking bad, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I think don't give them ammunition. Don't say FPS game like Call of Duty has never needed a good story. Don't do that. You're just encouraging them to not try. This is my opinion. I think Call of Duty they should not be allowed to have CGI cutscenes anymore. And what they need to tell a story. Okay. This is gonna sound really crazy. Okay. Some people might not agree with me. The next Call of Duty game cannot have a speaking protagonist. Your protagonist doesn't speak. Doesn't speak at all. Never see his face either, or her face, or whatever. Okay? You have a call sign. That's all you know about your character. Maybe there could be 2 playable characters. Doesn't matter. None of them ever talk, and you never ever see their face. Also, no CGI cutscenes allowed, and the game cannot be allowed to leave the first-person perspective. Loading screens must be Pentagon War Room style briefings. And the only people who can talk are people that are not you. So like the squad that you follow. And with those limitations in mind, I think that we could train Call of Duty to have good storytelling again. Because that's the roots that Call of Duty 4 and the older Call of Duty games came from. And through there, they learned how to have speaking protagonists and tell more in-depth stories and even have third-person cutscenes. And I feel like they've lost their way. They've forgotten how to tell good stories, and they need to work within limitations again to kind of relearn the rules and the lessons that they learned.
Enemy team scoring.
Like a Roach from Modern Warfare 2. Precisely. There was something that, I can't remember who it was from. I think it was Vince Zampella, or at least one of the folks from Respawn Entertainment who followed him after he was fired from Infinity Ward back in 2010, 2009. And basically what he said was that the older Call of Duty games, what made them very successful and what made their campaigns so loved is that you never play as the main character. Like, you're following the main characters. And the point of folks like Roach and the point of folks like, at least in, you know, Call of Duty 4, Soap, is not that it's like, it's you, you're the hero. It's just so that you can be there in the game world. Ultimately, Captain Price and the folks you're following, they're the main characters. That's what makes it not feel like a superhero story. And I feel like it's just, you know, Call of Duty's kind of lost that a little bit.
Your team scoring. Enemy team scoring.
Ay, whoops. I should have gotten those EMP grenades. Next COD should be multiplayer only. Oh, I don't know. The last time Call of Duty tried that, it was Black Ops 4. I don't know if you remember the lore of Black Ops 4, but it was about as dumb as some of the stuff in the newer Call of Duty games. It was about as dumb. Like, wasn't like the gas cloud was like just straight up like Nova 6? and stuff combined with Element 115 or something like that. It was something stupid like that.
Team scored.
For Blackout, and Blackout was like, they were like bringing back dead people, but in the computer simulation, and it was like, wow. So this is what happens when writers have nothing to do. Dang, that's a cool Magnum skin. Oh, I appreciate it. It's the ODST pistol. Here he comes. He's gonna get me. Okay.
Enemy
That was almost a Half-Life 1 scientist's voice.
defeat.
Be like, oh goodness, he's approaching. Prepare the drop shield. Wait, I thought Nova 6 already had 115 in it. Is that what the current lore is? That's so stupid. Gameplay-wise, BO4 was one of the better ones. Have you replayed it recently? I don't think so. It played well on PC, but I don't think it plays well on controller. Late Night, did you get nominated for the Streamer Awards? I wish. Are you kidding me? If anyone deserves a Streamer Award, it's me. I put the most effort in out of anybody. That's a joke, by the way. Sounds a lot like Far Cry New Dawn's protagonist in Far Cry 5. No, not even Far Cry 5 and Far Cry New Dawn. Like, that is just you're playing as the main character, but for some reason the main character can't talk. Because, think of Far Cry 5, how many times a villain comes up to you and is just like, it's like your face is a camera, and the villain is just like dancing around the room and like overacting at you, the camera, and stuff. Like, not talking about Far Cry 5.
Strongholds.
Would you ever collab with other Halo YouTube streamers like that frog guy? Oh, of course I would. Of course I would. That would be a lot of fun. I'd love to do Halo collabs with other streamers. I think it's up to me to actually reach out. Hi.
Enemy team scored.
Is she on the way? Okay. Alright, yeah, that'll be better. You got a Space Marine in Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer? Oh yeah, they had like Space Marines and stuff walking around. God. Call of Duty is silly. Call of Duty has gotten very, 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 very silly. Contested. Oh. I think Black Ops 4 lore was about how Blackout was a project used to revive the dead somehow, and they brought back Woods, Mason, Reznov, and Menendez from the dead, but it was just never followed up on. It was never followed up on because it was, like, just stupid. And, like, didn't make a lot of sense.
Your team scoring.
Like, they're brought back from the dead, but how? Are they physically here? No, they're in a computer. What are you gonna do with them? I'm gonna make them drop into twisted towers. Where's Egg World?
Enemy team scored.
Hi, Chub. Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Chub. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Your team scoring.
Hell yeah. Okay. The fucking Ninja Turtles were in Black Ops 6. They were in the Ninja Turtles. Welcome to Tilted Towers, David. It is...
Welcome to Tilted Towers, David. It is where you will be broken.
God, Menendez... What they did to Menendez in Black Ops 7 is so stupid. That was such a cool character. And even though it's not the real Menendez, it's just an AI deepfake, which also, okay. They're like, Menendez might be back from the dead. Look, he announced on the news that he's going to start attacking cities. It's like deepfakes. There's technology that can detect deepfakes. Why didn't the military just, you know, look at his, like, threat of destroying the world on video and just be like, yeah, it was fake. Sorry, guys, it was a deep fake. Like, deep fakes are getting real and real looking, and which is scary, but also, like, the technology to detect deep fakes are advancing, and world governments are going to be on top of that shit. Like, the same softwares and programs that are used to create deepfakes can also be used to detect methods of creating deepfakes. And as the deepfakes get better, so do the kind of softwares that can, you know, break down and be like, oh yeah, they did it this way and this way and this way, and yeah, it's totally fake. I'm just... oh, God. Ah! Black Ops 7 looks so dumb. Menendez is in Tomato Town. Yeah.
Your team scoring.
Sure, Tomato Town. I'll... Here's a funny thing. I have played in my life 6 matches of Fortnite. Across the game's lifespan, I have played a total of 6. Sometimes it's 0 games a year. Sometimes it's 1 game a year. I think the most I've played was with Rebecca, which was 2 games. Where we were riding in a car. And that was fun. Fork Knife. We should re-download Fork Knife. Yum. Yeah, we'll smash in Fortnite. Have we been to what's Tilted Towers? And Tomato? It's just like the locations. Hell yeah.
Lost the lead.
They just did a second Halo collab, but it's gone now for like 18 months. All the skinny Spartans, are they gone? Rebecca didn't like the skinny Spartans. They weirded you out, right? How, like, lanky and skinny they were. Isn't Fortnite, like, currently The Simpsons? I don't, maybe we should hop in and take a look at that. I think the most recent time that I've tried playing Fortnite, I dropped to a location, and then I found, like, a guy, like a vendor selling stuff, and then I accidentally shot him, and then the vendor killed me. And I was like, okay. Hey, LNG, what do you think of the Metroid Prime 4 chatty NPC controversy? I didn't know that is there a chatty NPC that's really annoying in Metroid Prime 4? I'll take a look at it. I don't know, can we do it on stream? Will Nintendo kill me? No, Nintendo won't kill me. That's just because I was in the middle of a fight. I don't know why my brain went to that.
Enemy team scoring.
Yeah, surely I'll be okay. Me and my boyfriend plays Fortnite, but he been busy. Hey, Fortnite seems like a lot of fun, and I should play it with Rebecca because it seems fun. Just Rebecca and I, we've been like really. They do not have Fortnite on Steam.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team nearing victory.
Rebecca and I are just like super into the cozy, cute games lately. Oh no, Metroid Prime 4 has a chatty NPC that follows you around and does Marvel Joss Whedon quips. Oh, that's bad. So does he say like, so, are you actually that tall, or is it just the armor? Like, is it like that kind of quipping? Like, please tell me it's not like that. Please tell me it's just like a really eager NPC and that it's not like... Huh? Okay. Okay, check the IGN Metroid preview for the issue. Oh, the issue. We're calling it the issue? Okay. That just happened. All right, well, Samus, it's time for us to go out there and make some new friends. And by make new friends, I mean kick alien butt. Not that aliens have a butt, but you get what I mean. Is it like that kind of humor? That made Rebecca cry. She didn't like that. Oops. No, we don't want that. Remove. Okay, how do I capture desktop? Display capture. Capture method. Display. There we go. All right. All right, guys. You ready to see this chatty Chapman? Yeah, people are complaining about a silly sidekick named Miles. Oh no. Oh, Miles. That's bad. That's really bad. He has a name. Hey, look, here's the latest Warthog Radio. If you guys want a fun Halo podcast, hell yeah, I'm giving it a like. Hell yeah, I'm going to leave a comment. This podcast is amazing. I recommend to everyone. I don't even care if I've misspelled all of that. I'm keeping that. Yeah, you guys should totally go check it out, but... has a potentially fatal flaw. Is this it? Okay, let me Oh, did you guys see? Hey, Spylan's Halo just gave a heart. Thank you, Spylan's Halo.
After 8 years of waiting,
Okay.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is just 3 weeks away.
Guys, I'm a React YouTuber now.
That still doesn't feel real. Maybe that's partly because Nintendo has kept a pretty
Help.
tight lid on
Okay.
the specifics surrounding Samus.
I'm a
Aran's
React
adventure.
YouTuber now.
We've only seen a small handful of
Whoa.
trailers, and much of Prime 4 has remained a total mystery. That's caused a lot of fans to think that they must be preserving some special surprise, right? Well, while playing over an hour of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond on Nintendo Switch 2, I discovered a seemingly major...
Oh, is that the guy?
...completely absent from any footage we've seen so far. This guy.
Hey! Hey, Samus Aran! Oh, stop! Help me out! Oh. Please get me down.
That's specialist Miles McKenzie, a member
He seems okay so far, but that... Please get me down.
on the planet.
That was a bit rough.
Miles tagged along
That gave, like...
chunk of my play session, and the way Retro Studios has
Okay, that did not sound friendly.
is
Oh,
far
boy.
away my biggest concern about Prime 4 after my time with it.
I got it!
But we'll get to him a bit later, because everything else was pretty encouraging. Classic Metroid Prime exploration and combat, an intriguing setup, gorgeous art direction.
Nothing is...
Two are coming together to create an adventure that likely
I see a couple of yellow flags, okay?
or live up
But I'm not ruling it out yet.
by nearly a decade of waiting, but one that could serve as a great return for a sub-series that has
I won't lie, though, and say that I'm not nervous.
as long as annoying sidekicks don't keep getting in Samus's way.
Thank you, Samus. I'm a specialist, Miles McKenzie, engineer level 4.
Okay, guy's a nerd. He's got glasses. He's geeky.
Everything I play takes
He's very anxious.
90 minutes or so of
Talks
adventure.
a lot, okay? He's not like an overly confident, cocky asshole.
Pointing out that this was all on Switch 2. No one outside of Nintendo knows how Prime 4 will perform on Switch 1 just yet. But on Switch 2, it's looking
Can you up the audio a bit?
so far. I started my preview in handheld mode, where I replayed the same introduction sequence we got to play at the Nintendo Switch 2 premiere event back in April. This was the final build of Prime 4's opening, and it's still an explosive introduction that sets the stage for the conflict between Samus and the Metroid-breeding bounty hunter Sylux, as our hero is warped away to the mysterious planet Buros.
I'm sure you heard about the game devs who made Nomad Soul, Fahrenheit, Indigo Prophecy, Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit Become Human are now developing a competitive PvP game. Will you be playing Late Night? I will not. I will not be touching that game with a 10-foot pole.
The camera snaps behind Samus's visor, and I'm left alone to
In
explore
part
the
because I don't care,
I almost reflexively
but
start
also
scanning
in part
everything
because I
inside
hate that
to add it to my
studio.
logbook. Gameplay-wise, Prime 4 doesn't seem to be reinventing the Morph Ball. This still looks and plays like Metroid Prime, and I really enjoyed falling back into its investigative flow. Examining the local flora and fauna.
I want the option to see the inside of the helmet in Halo again. It was only in 2 Halo games.
Scanning lore tablets to learn about the ancient race called the Lemorn. Seeing Samus's reflection in the
Maybe it's
visor
just because I don't have like a lot of nostalgia for Metroid Prime, but like Metroid Prime seems cool. Metroid Prime 4, but nothing that I've seen about it is like this is gonna be Game of the Year
The forest
contender.
is called Fury Green, and after making my way through several linear hallways,
That they're working with.
Make of that what you will.
They're aiming for kind of Xbox 360 era tech quality, and I think Halo 4's jungle level is the like that kind of like the long tree logs with winding vines and lots of vine. Like it's you can get a lot of detail out of that aesthetic for jungles and
The
stuff.
psychic glove. This gives Samus telekinetic control of psychic objects.
It's just because of the
Lock
tech.
door
I think
used the
that's why they're
glove
going
to
with this
psychic
aesthetic.
energy mote from a nearby statue and redirect it into the lock, allowing
I'm audio dying. Uh-oh, F stream.
all
Let's pause this. Let's set the stream quality to 480p. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm no longer streaming. The video, that is. Can you hear me? Hopefully things are okay or stabilizing. It says I'm back? Okay, so it was just the video. Yeah, I'm back? Okay. A lot better. Okay, it was the video. It was way too high quality, the stream.
examples of this were pretty simple.
We're going to keep it set to 480p, okay? If we need to go lower, we'll go lower.
It'll get more complex as Samus progresses. I'm hoping the same for the other uses of the Psychic Glove, which involves slowly...
Yeah, the reason that they're going for that Halo 4 jungle aesthetic, I think it has less to do with the artists who worked on Halo 4's environment art, and I think it has more to do with... This game kind of looks like an Xbox 360 game. I think what they're... It's just that, you know, Halo 4 artistically was able to imply a lot of detail because of aesthetic choices it made. Like that style of jungle with the winding roots, trees, and everything. Like, it just adds a lot more detail. while also keeping geometry relatively simplistic. I'm still cutting in and out.
Going through an eerie, condensed part of Fury Green, I came across a crash-landed Galactic Federation ship where I was immediately...
All right, well, now it's at 240p. Is it good now?
My way here was filled with hauntingly beautiful choral melodies and isolated exploration.
Looks like a 360 game. What? I don't mean that as an insult. Like, that's not an insult. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying the game doesn't look beautiful. It does look beautiful. What I mean is you're not exactly going to be having like ray tracing. You're not going to have really high quality PBR materials and stuff, right? Like it is going to try to keep things relatively simple in terms of the visual makeup of the game. That's mostly what I mean. Yeah, it's not me. It's not an insult. It's not. I'm not trying to insult the look of the game.
What a mess. You're alone on a planet, no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so... Win? Ugh.
He didn't leave a great first impression with this honestly cringy...
Audio is not fine right now. I wonder what happens if I just straight up shut off game capture then. Elgato. Let's try shutting that off too. So hopefully things start to smooth out now. Audio is fine for me. Okay, so I don't know. Try refreshing the stream.
monologue, but I was still intrigued to see where it went. Samus and Miles got swarmed by some jungle monsters, and it became my job to protect Miles from them.
You're fine. Video's too low. Video's too low?
Concluded with shooting the vines holding up Miles' ship. He awarded me with the missile upgrade for being his savior. This is fine, I thought. I prefer isolation in Metroid, but I don't mind running into a character here and there to flesh out the story with some voice acting and cutscenes. But then,
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna tag along.
I started to get a sinking feeling.
So, where to? You might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
Oh
In
no.
one sentence, Samus not only gained an unwanted companion, that companion also instantly started chiming in on what I should be doing. Like Atreus to Kratos in God of War, or Aloy to Aloy in Horizon. The next 20 minutes of my demo ranged from mildly annoying to downright infuriating, as Miles constantly bombarded me with either awkward attempts at quippy humor,
It's about to get real nerdy in here.
or unwelcome hints that directly defy Metroid's spirit of exploration and discovery.
Do you hear him?
He would scold me for not stopping to save my game,
Are you sure we don't need to use that?
comment on everything I scanned,
Can you read that? Hey, does that say anything about this place? They really don't want anyone in here. Must be a sacred space.
state the obvious,
I can see the door, Samus.
and would scream whenever an enemy popped out of the ground suddenly. I promise I'm not cherry picking here. I was in complete disbelief at how Miles was constantly talking during gameplay, to the point where I dug around the settings menu to see if I could tone it down. The only option I found was to mute voice acting entirely, but I don't see myself doing that when there are plenty of actual cutscenes I'd still like to see play out normally. I don't have a problem with Metroid focusing more on story or introducing important new characters, but that story and those characters need to be good, and Miles was so annoying and overbearing that I honestly found it hard to focus on what I was doing.
Well, I'll be. It did work.
Metroid Prime 3 Corruption features other bounty hunters that Samus occasionally crosses paths with, but it's never been this much of a focus. And throw in as many cutscenes as you want, but I can't help but feel a safe.
Sorry, the reason I'm silent is because I'm like taking this in.
And an annoying engineer tells me how to open my map, how to defeat an enemy, or reminds me to save without me asking for any of it. There are far smarter, more nuanced ways to onboard new players and push a franchise forward while still respecting the reasons people love it in the first place. And the way Retro weaved Miles in caused a lot of dissonance that shattered the immaculate vibes the introduction set up.
Everything in this jungle trying to kill us.
How am I supposed to soak in these gorgeous vistas and this epic, serious music when this guy is asking me if that weird smell is sweet or stinky?
There's a strange smell around here.
I'd had enough, and I tried to ditch Miles during a fight on a very cool bridge. I heard him yelling to not leave him behind, but before I knew it, he went down, and my visor prompted me to use Samus's psychic powers to revive him. When I failed to do so, Miles died, and I got a game over for letting a Federation trooper fall in battle. Of all the things Metroid Prime 4 could have been, I never would have guessed it would include outdated escort missions with companions that never stop talking.
The last stretch. I'm going for it. Cover me.
Samus doesn't respond at all, which, if you're going to pick between Samus talking a lot or not at all, silence is the right choice in a vacuum, even if I think a few words here and there would work better than this awkward silence.
Hey, but it's progress.
But there are 3 words I really wanted to hear her say. Please shut up. Thankfully, this didn't last forever. After earning the new control beam ability that lets Samus direct her charge shots to hit multiple targets, to which Miles said,
You found something for your suit, didn't you?
we arrived in a Lamorne temple, where Miles decided to stay behind to work on fixing up some tech. Finally, some peace and quiet. I used the charge shot to open a blocked door from the other side, which reminded me of using Zelda Skyward Sword's beetle ability, both in its close-up camera angle and use of optional Wii-era motion controls, and pressed forward on my own. After enjoying the silence while working through a few more simplistic rooms, Samus was face-to-face with Carvex, Fury Green's plant-based boss. I blasted its tail, opening its belly up for a serving of missiles. It entered its next phase with 2 tails, and I found that by the time I destroyed the second, the first one had grown back. So, in classic Metroid fashion, where your most recent upgrade is often the key to beating a boss, I had to use a charge shot to destroy both its tails with 1 bullet. This was neat, and
Where's
really
he
felt
going
like
with
more
this?
vintage Metroid Prime game design shining through. Defeating Carvex netted Samus the power bombs, which have received a psychic buff this time around. You can place standard bombs
I feel like
to
I
blow up
f-
suspicious
I
spots
feel
as
a
usual,
but
placing one
coming
infused
up.
with psychic power essentially turns it into a moat Samus can telekinetically
So I'm like
move.
waiting. I'm like in
I earned the
anticipation. I'm
first
like,
of
does he
5
call you
faster
over the
teleporter
radio?
keys Samus is collecting to escape Vuros, and
Remember, I was saying there needs. Fuck, he calls you on the radio.
Miles was back. But he didn't stick around for long, just asking Samus
Fuck.
to return to base camp to talk about what to do next. Once I returned,
Yeah,
Miles
this
shared
is-
that Vuros isn't on
No,
any
I'm-
known Star
I'm
Trek,
not
saying
interested
we
in the
could
game
be
anymore.
Anywhere, or we could be nowhere. Setting up an interesting story that paired with
Yeah, I'm-
Samus's other main objective of preserving the history of.
I've lost interest in the game now. Yeah, I don't like any of that. I don't like that guy. So like Metroid Prime, like I really enjoyed my time with it. Like I wasn't, blown away by it, but that's because I, don't have nostalgia for the original game. But one of the things I thought was like cool about it was that there was like no voice acting at all across the entire game. Like just nothing was said out loud. It was just up to me to kind of interpret a lot of the things that I was seeing. I could scan stuff and find stuff, and that's all good. But like the ruins I was coming across, it just like I was seeing it. I was taking it in. This seems like such a huge miscalculation. No, you can still play it. No, you don't. I'm not blown away by Metroid Prime, because I don't have like nostalgia for it. I'm like, yeah, like, oh my God, it's Metroid Prime. Wow, this still looks like Metroid Prime. It sure does. But I'm not. This kills it for me. This kills it for me. One of the worst. Here, there's a bot, so let me boot this bot to the. Boot this bot to the Shadow Realm. Okay. The Horizon series, I'm really glad that people are starting to notice how not actually that clever or well written it is, because Aloy is one of the most annoying game protagonists in recent memory, at least outside of like Concord and stuff like that. The God of War reboot, the worst part of the God of War reboot is like Atreus and like the little head thing, just constantly chatting, constantly telling you what you should be feeling in any environment. You walk into a room and it's, wow, this place seems old. I wonder who built it. And it's just like, there's a fucking comment for everything. I can't just take it in silently, you know? Like, do you have to speak out loud and comment on everything you're seeing? Like, internalize, you know? The world can speak for itself. It doesn't also need audio commentary on top of it. So this is the kind of stuff that turned me off from the Horizon series. Is just the constant babbling, the constant voiceover, commentary. And if those characters are not within earshot of you, then you bet your ass they're going to call you over a radio. And you're going to start getting chit-chat over the radio constantly. So the thing that I did really enjoy about Metroid Prime was the atmosphere and the silence. And the fact that it was kind of up to me to interpret what I was seeing and kind of the feeling, you know, like of the music and the lighting and everything. So this takes that away. Now it's just Metroid Prime, but there's a guy fucking talking constantly. So I'm done. It's all right. Metroid Prime already didn't have me because of nostalgia. By the time I played Metroid Prime, the remaster at least, I was like, okay, yeah, like this is cool, but like, I am not a mega fan of Metroid Prime. I just enjoyed what I played, and I'm happy with this game, this remaster that I have. I might go back and play this remaster, but I'm not suddenly compelled to seek out the whole Metroid Prime trilogy, right? Metroid Prime 4 is on the horizon. I want to get a Switch 2, and like, let me fucking tell you, that Kirby game, you know I'm going to be eating up that Kirby game. I'm even going to be revisiting Kirby in the Forgotten Land because it's going to be 60 FPS and stuff. Like, I'm even, like, guys, like, even Pokemon ZA, like, yes. You know? Like, I'm not above silly, maybe even possibly trashy stuff, but a game that will not shut the fuck up is the one thing that I really struggle to get past. Like, annoying games that won't stop talking at me. And I'm fine. I have Metroid Prime Remastered. This looks like Metroid Prime Remastered. And what I like about Metroid Prime Remastered is that it's quiet. This game looks like the same thing, but it won't shut the fuck up. So I'm disengaged, you know? Like, I'm disengaged. I don't know what else to say. I didn't know about this. If I did not know about this and bought this game, I would be so upset and miserable playing through it. And I probably would have bought it digitally too, so there wouldn't have been a way for me to refund the game. So now I feel like I've been rescued, you know? He might just be there for the tutorial, hopefully. Well, he seems to be. Like, it seems like you escort him around as they tutorialize, you know, the early game for you, like teach you all the mechanics and stuff. But Samus has a radio. So he starts talking to you via radio, and it sounds like he's going to be a reoccurring character, like he's going to help Samus get off this planet and stuff. I don't want a game with this guy. I don't want to be friends with him. I don't want to be friends with him. I don't want to spend 20 hours with him if that's how long this game is. What reason do you think companies have internally for having characters that never shut the fuck up? Maybe they view more dialogue equals more content equals more value for the consumers. I've heard a couple of explanations for it. One explanation I've heard in regards to like Halo and the way Halo is developed is that a lot of unintentional chattiness comes from the siloed ways that modern games are developed. So you've got different departments. Like, the writing team is not going to be sometimes they're not even going to be on the same floor as the level designers. Same with the gameplay designers and everything. Everybody is in different floors, different departments and stuff. And usually they communicate via proxies, or people go down to different departments. They set up different meetings and come together, and then they go their separate ways and work independently from each other. And the issue when you work like that and you have a big writing team is, what are writers going to do? They're going to write. They're going to write fucking everything. And sometimes, with a video game that ends up with too much dialogue, way too much dialogue, it's usually a problem that's not identified till late in game development. Far too late for them to remove the dialogue. And usually games that have troubled development cycles are the ones that are the chattiest, because they did not have the time to extensively playtest and get the feedback that, like, hey, you should probably cut like 30% of this game's dialogue because it's too much. But another thing that I've also heard in the case of like God of War, the God of War remake, where Kratos' little snot-nosed brat won't shut up and won't stop telling you how to solve every puzzle you encounter. It's because these games are so expensive to make, and they're also data-driven now. Even if you're playing co-op, or not co-op, solo, they are monitoring everything you do, how long you spend in a room, how long it takes you to get to the middle of the game, and most importantly, if you don't beat the game. Also the side quests and stuff like that. Like, all of that costs a lot of money, especially the endings and the side quests. A lot of money is spent on it, like, from head to tail with the game. No, from head to foot, right? With the game. No, it is head to tail, right? Because it's like an animal. From the head to the tail of the animal being the game, it's a lot of fucking money to make all of that. And as game budgets increase, they want, they don't want to feel like a lot of money was wasted on the ending, so they've got to get you fucking through it to the whole game. Otherwise, they feel like they've wasted a lot of areas on certain parts of the game that players aren't experiencing. Like, this data-driven approach makes them think that every player needs to get close to 100% completion of all the content made in the game. Otherwise, they are wasting money on content that only 10% of players are ever going to experience. So, you introduce the side character who won't shut the fuck up and will tell you exactly how to do everything. Every puzzle, he'll tell you how to solve it. And if there isn't a side character who won't shut up, it'll be your own character talking out loud to themselves and solving all the puzzles. And it's a way to ensure that the maximum amount of players are able to solve all content in the game and get to the ending. Yeah. So, yeah. Reminds me of when a Microsoft engineer asked the Windows Store department what they thought of customers hating the store, being slow and buggy, and they said, "What do you mean? Metrics show they love it." What? Is that something you experienced? Yeah, so, oh God, like, I'm not happy with this guy. I don't like this guy. And it's not as easy as, like, patching him out or patching him to be silent, because the problem is he's baked into the game. Like, I see this guy as a modernization for Metroid. They want more people to be able to beat this. They probably want this to be the most accessible Metroid Prime game in the franchise. And the problem with that is if the game doesn't have a lot of dialogue, then players are going to get lost. So you got to have this guy who is like, "Whoa, these ruins look really old. Wonder how long they've been here for. Is that a button up there? Hey, try using your blaster on it. Haha, good job, Samus, and open that door. Whoa, that guy does not look friendly. You should try shooting the glowing spots. Maybe they're his weak points. Look at that. He dropped something. Maybe you should pick it up." Like, it's It's just here to make sure that all the players can get through all the content and never miss anything. Yeah. Yeah, I'm lost. The game lost me. I'll see you guys in Kirby. I wonder how much of this is the retro versus Bandai Namco leftovers. Well, so Bandai Namco was originally developing Metroid Prime 4, and I guess there was like a falling out. And so they or it was the other way around, right? It was retro developing it, and then there was a falling here. Who is the developer for Metroid Prime 4? Who's responsible for this? Okay, it was initially developed by Bandai Namco Studios, the producer of the previous Metroid games. In 2019, unhappy with the progress, Nintendo announced that development had restarted under Retro Studios. LNG, when are you playing Sonic again on stream? Maybe you should unsubscribe because LNG is dissing annoying sidekicks. Whoa. What's that down there? Is that an unsubscribe button? Oh, better not click it. In fact, you should do the opposite. Replayed God of War 2018 in Russian because why not? And Atreus isn't that bad. No, he's definitely not as bad in 2018. Like, he got way worse in the God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, but it's I'm happy people are pushing back against shit like this, because I remember when Horizon Zero Dawn came out, and everyone was glazing the fuck out of it, and all I remember was wishing that Aloy, specifically just Aloy, had a mute button, because she would not shut the fuck up. Like, she had something to say about everything in that game. And sometimes I just wanted, like, the peace and the quiet. I wanted to look at a ruined building and try to figure out what it was and what its story was for myself, without her just, like, verbally speaking out loud to herself. Also, the Windows Store comment was from a video by a retired Microsoft engineer on YouTube. Classic case of the spreadsheet says everyone loves it. Was it, by any case, one of the producers of Xbox? Oh, no, you say video retired. Yeah, right. Okay, retired Microsoft engineer. Okay, so it couldn't be her. Missed a highlighted message on Twitch. Oh, let me look at it. Most nitpicky thing I'll probably say, the Timber Hill map from Custom Edition, every remake of that map has been worse. CEA/Infinite's versions made everything less open and too normal for gameplay. I want goofy hills. I'd love some more goofy, less realistic natural terrain, I get what you mean. My personal guess for chatty companions is they want someone to lock on to younger audiences with attention span issues, so they keep talking as they force you to focus back on them when you space out, which makes the boredom loop seem less bored than it actually is. There's some of that, probably. Ah, man. Aloy is one of the reasons I just couldn't finish Horizon Zero Dawn, so I'm there with you. Yeah, just constant talking. Like, oh my god. Yeah, so I guess sounds like you'd enjoy Red Dead Redemption. You could just sit in silence for... guys, Arthur Morgan is one of my favorite game protagonists of all time. The dude only talks when he has something interesting to say. Yeah. Well, thank you for introducing this to me. I'm very bummed out that Metroid Prime 4 is going to be one of those games, the ones that don't shut up. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to hop off because it is 8 o'clock and I need to take a shower and help the wife prepare. My sister-in-law is coming. And she's going to be bringing a new dog. Her dog, Bunny, who is not a rabbit. Just like how Pumpkin, our dog, is not a vegetable. So I'm gonna help in what capacity I can with cleaning up and preparing. But, huh? Have you guys seen Bunny? I don't know if we've ever had Bunny on stream. We have? Okay. Oh, yeah, we can have her on stream, so we'll probably introduce. She's just an old lady. She's an old puppy. W stream, says Tim O'Brien. Hell yeah, Arthur for the win. The Glub Shido from Metroid will go to the Shadow Realm. Oh, this guy's not a Glub Shido. This guy's not a Glub Shido. Man, that's a bummer. I hope the game comes out and turns out to actually be excellent. I hope it does turn out to be excellent. You know what I really miss? I miss when Nintendo games didn't have voice acting. When it was just, like, you'd get maybe, like, 3 words over the course of the game, and then, for the most part, the game is just like, and you'd see, like, the little dialogue box pop up. Like, everyone was clowning on the Pokemon games for not having voice acting. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's the best part. That's the best part. Like, is that you don't have characters constantly talking your ear off. I don't trust modern characters to not be annoying. When was the last time you watched a stream? I don't remember. Oh, somebody else was saying that. The Metroid Prime 4 soundtrack sounds banger, though. Oh, well, I assume the Metroid Prime soundtracks are going to slap. Doesn't the frame you ended on make Miles look vaguely like Claptrap? So fitting. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, speaking of games that don't shut the fuck up, Borderlands is actually a really good example. That game needs, like, a permanent, like, duct tape put over its mouth. Like, I feel like Gearbox Software, like, they need, like with, you know, somebody probably is, like, a lawyer. Due to emotional distress, like, they need to be barred legally from being able to employ voice acting in any product they create. Anything from Gearbox Software. At least main studio Nintendo still pumps out bangers with no cringe writing. Yeah, main studio Nintendo is good. Alright, guys. I shall see you later, okay? This was a lot of fun. Can we raid XLR8? Yes, we can. How do we do that? How do we raid XLR8?
I think Isaiah can do it.
Can you do it, Isaiah?
Yeah, I think so. They'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, because that's the courtesy, right? That's Twitch etiquette, is that you raid someone when you're getting off, right?
So I think we wait until the raid is done.
Okay, we wait until the raid is done. I got an error. Hold on. Okay, you're still setting it up. You think the mobile app isn't letting you?
Let me see if I can do it.
Okay. We're trying to figure out how we can send a raid. You know what? I think I can end the YouTube stream. Okay, bye, YouTube guys. See you later, everyone. Friends.